Chapter 357. After a few days of interaction, Li Changxing had a certain understanding of Yi Shuang's family. It was an extremely wealthy and powerful family. They were even more powerful than Su Xiaolin and Qi Yu. If there was anyone among Li Changxing's subordinates who could compare to them, it would probably be Gu Mangong, who was fighting for supremacy in the south. Thinking of Gu Mangong, Li Changxing couldn't help but smile. It was said that the naughty boy who had followed him around back then had already become a true overlord. However, he hadn't seen him since his rebirth. Su Xiaolin and Qi Yu probably didn't dare to reveal the news of his return without his permission. Li Changxing, I will be returning to the capital in 2 days. Can you agree to a request of mine? Yi Shuang blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Li Changxing. This woman always acted like a little girl in front of Li Changxing. Li Changxing, who had seen her cold and powerful aura, sometimes felt a little dazed. He had cultivated for thousands of years and had countless experiences, but he still couldn't see through women. No. Li Changxing rejected her directly. This Yi Shuang liked to act pitiful in front of him. He didn't know what she was up to. In an instant Yi Shuang's eyes dimmed. She lowered her head and was extremely depressed. This made Li Changxing's heart tremble for no reason. He almost nodded and agreed when he saw her pitiful appearance. However, in the next moment, she made a face at Li Changxing. I didn't manage to trick you. Li Changxing took a deep breath. He couldn't understand how a woman could be so multifaceted. Sometimes she was weird, sometimes she was an ice goddess, and sometimes she was gentle and kind. He didn't even know which was the real her. I still want to fly with you on the sword. Yi Shuang finally spoke of her purpose. It turned out that she wanted to experience the feeling of flying on a sword. For ordinary people, this was indeed a very magical thing. That won't do. Li Changxing shook his head and rejected her. I'm in school now. If I fly into the sky, the whole world will explode tomorrow. Hearing Li Changxing's words, Yi Shuang did not feel dejected. Instead, her eyes lit up. So you're saying that if we go to a place where there's no one around, you can bring me along with you? How about tonight? We'll see. Li Changxing casually declined. What are you going to do in the afternoon? I feel that you're either reading in the library or meditating every day. It's really boring. Why don't you go out and have some fun? Yi Shuang looked at Li Changxing cautiously. When Li Changxing was meditating, it was as if he was sleeping. She was bored to death. She knew that Li Changxing would meditate and cultivate every afternoon, so she suggested nervously. I'm not interested in entertainment. Li Changxing shook his head. I think it's too boring to cultivate like you. Why don't we go roller skating in the afternoon? Yi Shuang suggested. Li Changxing shook his head. Let's go to the arcade? It's the biggest arcade in Qingzhou. It's really fun. Li Changxing still did not say anything. Then let's go shopping, go to the mall, or go on an outing to collect the scenery. Yi Shuang did not care about Li Changxing's silence. Instead, she sat next to Li Changxing with a smile. Her face was beautiful, and her eyes were full of affection. Especially when she was wearing clothes that outlined her perfect body curves with incomparable charm. Since you don't like either, why don't we go to the tea house for tea? It's quite cold. Yi Shuang mumbled. Only then did Li Changxing remember that it was already winter. The cold wind was bleak. His body was different from ordinary people, so naturally, he could not feel it. Yi Shuang's clothes were thin to begin with, and now her face was red from the cold. Why didn't you say so earlier? Come home with me, Li Changxing said. Suddenly Yi Shuang's face was flushed. Her eyes were a little evasive, and her jade-like skin was a little shy. She misinterpreted Li Changxing's words. That's not good, is it? What's not good about it? Li Changxing was about to say something when he suddenly thought of something. He could not help but cover his mouth and chuckle. Ha ha! What are you thinking? Yi Shuang seemed to have realized that she had misunderstood. She could not help but glare at Li Chongqing. She looked a little embarrassed, stomped her feet, and said, "You bullied me. I'm ignoring you." With that, Yi Shuang turned and walked in the direction of the school gate. "Hey, are you really angry?" Li Chongqing was used to Yi Shuang being obedient to him. Seeing her leave like this, he instantly felt a sense of emptiness. Why do you care about me so much?" Yi Shuang turned her head and winked at Li Chongqing. "I have some personal matters to deal with. I'll look for you tomorrow." With that, she waved at Li Chongqing. The moment she turned around, Li Chongqing clearly saw a trace of worry in her eyes. She looked at her phone before she left. Did something happen? Yi Shuang did not return after she left. The next day, just as Li Chongqing was about to call her to ask if she had encountered any difficulties, Li Chongqing's phone rang. When he looked up, he saw a pretty figure standing in the courtyard of his villa. When he opened the door, he could clearly see that Yi Shuang's face was a little haggard. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Li Chongqing asked with concern. Yi Shuang smiled. "No, it's just that I have to leave Qingzhou and return to Beijing tomorrow. I can't bear to part with you." Li Chongqing felt the tenderness in Yi Shuang's eyes and felt a little touched. As the young miss of a wealthy family, she had been acting naughty and mischievous in front of him for the past few days, but Li Chongqing knew that this was not her true nature. She was just using this method to close the distance between them. "Your villa is quite big. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have rented a house outside. I would have just stayed in this villa." Li Chongqing smiled slightly. From her expression, Li Chongqing felt a strong reluctance to part. He knew that she was really going to leave. In the past, Yi Shuang had used the excuse of leaving to ask Li Chongqing to go shopping with her. However, it was obviously different this time. After welcoming Yi Shuang into the house, Li Chongqing turned on the TV in the living room. Yi Shuang went to the kitchen to wash the fruits and made tea for Li Chongqing. She was very skilled in making tea. Her movements were pleasing to the eye. She looked like a docile wife. "Seeing that I'm leaving tomorrow, can you fulfill my wish for the last 2 days?" Yi Shuang said with a smile as she placed the teacup in front of Li Chongqing. She had taken off the frosty mask of the eldest young lady of the Yi family. At this moment, in front of Li Chongqing, there was only a face that could captivate birds and beasts, as well as the gentleness a woman should have. Admiring her delicate face, Li Chongqing nodded. He naturally knew that Yi Shuang was talking about flying on the sword. "Okay." Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Yi Shuang's face was filled with joy. "Other than flying on the sword, can you take me shopping tomorrow? There's a fashion show at Hengda Plaza. I want to see it." Of course. Li Chongqing had no reason to refuse. Yi Shuang came all the way from Beijing to help him. In addition, she deliberately got close to him over the past few days. Even a rock would be warmed up. Chapter 358. Chongqing, an immortal like you is so powerful. I'm sure you don't care about many families in the secular world, right? Yi Shuang suddenly opened her mouth, but hesitated. That should be the case. Li Chongqing smiled. He stood in front of the window and looked at the slightly gloomy sky outside. In winter, the whole world seemed to be gray and defeated, but the house was very warm. He had lived for thousands of years. Wasn't he an immortal in the eyes of ordinary people? If one day my family offends you, please let them go for my sake, okay? Yi Shuang stood up from the sofa and walked behind Li Chongqing. Suddenly, she hugged his waist with both hands. She had been with Li Chongqing for the past few days. Although she acted like a little fangirl, she had been paying attention to the distance between her and Li Chongqing. She and Li Chongqing had never even touched each other's hands, and such a bold action was even more unprecedented. Using the sadness of her impending departure, coupled with the two of them being alone, she finally gathered the courage to do a bold thing. Li Chongqing's body stiffened slightly, but he didn't reject her hug. Yi Shuang buried her head in his back and said sadly, I'm the eldest daughter of the Yi family. In many people's eyes, I'm high and mighty. But I can't reach your world. Immortals and mortals are different. I often wonder if there will be a day when I can't find you. So these days I've been trying to put down my pride and try to get close to you. I know that no matter how outstanding I am, no matter how high and mighty I am, I can never reach your world. So I've used all kinds of ways to show myself in front of you. I just hope that you can remember me. Even if I can only live in your memory, I'm satisfied. Li Changxing turned around and hugged Yi Shuang's slender waist. Yi Shuang suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed him gently. This was her first kiss. Their lips came together gently, inexperienced and passionate. Her lips were slightly cold, but her body was like warm jade. After the initial shock, Li Changxing quickly grasped the initiative after a moment. It wasn't until Yi Shuang's cheeks were red and she felt like she was suffocating that they finally separated. She lowered her head. Her cheeks were flushed red, and her eyes sparkled. She was so charming and delicate. He hugged her tightly, wishing he could crush her into his chest. This incomparably holy snow lotus bloomed only for him at this moment. The next morning, Li Changxing crawled out of the quilt and stretched. He did not have the habit of wearing pajamas. Time to eat. The door was pushed open. Yi Shuang, who was wearing an apron, immediately blushed. She spat, You're not serious. Then, he hurriedly closed the door and left. Today, she promised to accompany Yi Shuang to watch the fashion show. After breakfast, the two of them went out and took a car to Hengda Building. This place was exceptionally lively today. Yi Shuang had already bought the tickets in advance. When the two walked in, the show had just begun. In fact, Li Changxing didn't have much interest in these things. Li Changxing couldn't appreciate the beauty of those strange clothes. He was someone who didn't know much about clothes. The venue was very lively. In addition to many photographers, reporters, and celebrities in the fashion industry sitting in the first row, there were also many men and women from Qingzhou's upper-class society. Li Changxing didn't go to the front row. Instead, he found a seat in the corner and sat down. Because there was a sign next to it that said no smoking, he was bored and resisted the urge to light a cigarette. He asked for a cup of milk tea. Recently, he had been quite interested in sweet things. Yi Shuang sat opposite Li Changxing. In public, she had returned to her ice goddess persona. She was dressed in a professional suit. Her powerful aura made many men sneak glances at her. As a result, the originally ordinary Li Changxing also became the focus of everyone's attention. In the venue opposite Li Changxing, there were a few people who were definitely familiar with Li Changxing. But because there were too many people and they were too far away, they couldn't see Li Changxing. Among these people, there was Bai Ruolin, Bai Qianxue's aunt who used to dislike Li Changxing. There was also Bai Guangyuan, the old man who valued Li Changxing a lot because Li Changxing saved his life. There was also Bai Jinbin, the famous second lord of the Chuzhou city, who was in charge of everything. There was also Bai Mingtang, Bai Qianxue's cousin. Old man Bai Guangyuan wasn't interested in the scantily clad women walking up and down the stage. Most of the people in his life were conservative. Although he knew the development of the times and the trend, he was instinctively disgusted by clothing that revealed a lot of skin. He felt that it was immoral. Especially Wang Shuo, who was sitting next to Bai Guangyuan and trying to please him, made Bai Guangyuan even more unhappy. Ever since everyone in the family looked down on Li Changxing, old man Bai had already noticed the good points about Li Changxing. Although Li Changxing looked a lot more ordinary compared to Wang Shuo, Li Changxing didn't really look ordinary. He just kept a low profile. On the other hand, Wang Shuo in front of him was dressed in branded clothes. They were indeed a perfect match for his granddaughter, but old man Bai still felt that something was missing. Bai Mingtang, who had always been regarded as a spoiled brat by old man Bai, admired his sister's new boyfriend. He was the heir of the Wang family in the capital, and he was much more respected when he went out to meet his friends. He often talked about the marriage between the Bai family and the Wang family. A few people in the social circle who didn't like him also took the initiative to suck up to him. This was all thanks to Wang Shuo. Bai Jinbin frowned and felt a bit conflicted. He compared Li Chongqing to Wang Shuo, and to be honest, he liked Li Chongqing's personality more. His current status in the Chuzhou city was largely due to Li Chongqing's influence. However, Li Chongqing could only give him so much, but Wang Shuo was different. The Wang family in the capital could definitely bring him to a higher level. Thinking about it this way, Wang Shuo seemed to be the best choice for both the Bai family and Bai Qianxue. Therefore, even though he liked Li Chongqing a lot, he still felt that Bai Qianxue's choice was the right one. Grandpa, second uncle, I didn't invite you here to watch the show. I invited you here because Wang Shuo wants to open a fashion design company in Qingzhou City for me. I studied this when I was abroad. These models and the designers were all transferred from other companies by Wang Shuo. Soon, even this Hengda Plaza will be under my name. When Bai Qianxue said this, she looked at Wang Shuo with a tender gaze. The Bai family didn't lack money, and Bai Qianxue didn't value money that much. She had just confirmed her relationship with Wang Shuo, and he had already set up a company for her. A man who was willing to spend money on her was always a happy thing. She had spent nearly 500 million on the Hengda Plaza, and after a few years of appreciation, it was worth more than $1 billion. Wang Shuo gave away the money without batting an eye. In comparison, Li Chongqing was not even close to Wang Shuo. Hearing Bai Qianxue's words, everyone from the Bai clan, regardless of how they felt about Wang Shuo before, was shocked. $1 billion yuan square and a design company. This was a lot of money. The two of them had just confirmed their relationship. If they really got married in the future and the two families formed a friendship, then the Bai family would probably rise to the top. Not bad, Wang Shuo. It seems that you are sincere toward Qianxue. Even Bai Guangyuan, who had always been indifferent toward Wang Shuo, cracked a smile. That's right, brother-in-law. Let's go home for dinner later. It'll be more lively with the family. Bai Jinbin said with a smile. Brother-in-law, I am going to open a company in the capital next month. You must help me. The capital is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It's all thanks to you. Bai Mingtang changed the way he addressed Wang Shuo. Chapter 359. Bai Qianxue rolled her eyes at her cousin, but her face also showed a bit of pride. This was her boyfriend. Not only did he treat her very well, but no matter where she went, having such a boyfriend made her feel very proud. Sunny, handsome, good quality, a typical tall, rich, and handsome man, but not fickle in love. It was really hard to find one. This was what a good woman like her should have. That guy who doesn't cherish himself, let him regret it. Bai Qianxue couldn't help but think of that figure again, and she felt a little heartache. Her feelings for that person were already very faint. Wang Shuo is better than him, and loves himself more than him, right? When the show was over, the crowd gradually dispersed. The people of the Bai family chatted and laughed as they stood up and prepared to leave. Bai Guangyuan, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped. Because when he turned his head, he saw a man sitting on a chair stretching. When he turned his head, their eyes met, and everyone's expression was very interesting. Bai Guangyuan's face was a little embarrassed, as if he was caught in bed. Because he was talking and laughing with Wang Shuo, he remembered that this young man in front of him saved his life and also saved the Bai family. Now he seemed to have done something ungrateful. Bai Jinbin smiled bitterly. He never thought that he would meet Li Chongqing in this kind of place and in this kind of way. Bai Mingtang was a little better, muttering, "Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road." Bai Qianxue, who was originally discussing the development of the design company with her aunt Bai Roland and how to expand the business, the moment she raised her head, her delicate body stiffened, and the expression on her face froze. What's wrong with Qianxue? Bai Ruolin, who was imparting business experience to Bai Qianxue, asked doubtfully. When she saw Li Chongqing, she also fell into silence. The atmosphere was a little strange. Why are you here? Bai Qianxue gritted her teeth and took the lead to speak. No matter how she told herself, it was Li Chongqing who didn't know how to cherish her first, and she threw herself into his arms. In fact, she was very clear in her heart that she was sorry to Li Chongqing. She chose Wang Shuo between Li Chongqing and Wang Shuo. She was not loyal to the relationship between the two when she was studying abroad. Therefore, at this moment, she was somewhat ashamed and did not dare to face it. Li Chongqing didn't say anything. He just smiled, picked up the milk tea on the table, and put it into his mouth. He didn't even look at them anymore. Let's go, Bai Qianxue whispered. The Bai family members nodded, but before they could take a step forward, they saw a figure standing in front of them. Your name is Bai Qianxue, right? The other party's voice was cold but pleasant to the ear. It also carried a sense of superiority and dominance. The one who spoke was Yi Shuang. She stared coldly at Bai Qianxue. You are. Bai Qianxue looked confused. I'm Li Chongqing's girlfriend. Yi Shuang introduced herself. Hearing Yi Shuang's self-introduction, everyone from the Bai family was shocked. In terms of appearance and aura, Yi Shuang was not inferior to Bai Qianxue in any aspect. In particular, her aura was much stronger than Bai Qianxue's. So what if you're Li Chongqing's girlfriend? Please step aside. Bai Mingtang shouted in dissatisfaction. What happened between Li Chongqing and my sister is already in the past. What do you want? Don't tell me you want to compete with my sister? She's just a piece of junk that my sister doesn't want. Hearing Bai Mingtang's words, everyone from the Bai family frowned. No matter what, Li Chongqing was the benefactor of the Bai family. However, they didn't say anything. After all, Li Chongqing was no longer related to the Bai family. Helping one's family or not, this was a choice that most people would make. Who do you think you are? How dare you say that my Chongqing is a piece of junk? Yi Shuang glared at him. Bai Mingtang, who was more than 1.7 meters tall, took half a step back subconsciously. Yi Shuang looked at Bai Mingtang with disdain. She continued to look at Bai Qianxue. I thought you were so beautiful that you dared to abandon my Chongqing. It turns out that you're just an ordinary woman. You thought that you had found a backer after hooking up with the Wang family in the capital. You're just a bunch of idiots who threw away a watermelon for a sesame seed. Chongqing helped your Bai family so much. Is this how you treat him? Chongqing is kind and doesn't want to argue with you. But I can't take this lying down. Everyone from the Bai family was lectured by Yi Shuang. Their faces didn't look good. Bai Ruolin's temper wasn't good. Although Yi Shuang's aura was strong, she still couldn't help but retort. What's wrong with our Bai family? It's Li Chongqing who wants to eat swan meat and did those things willingly. What? He found a new girlfriend, and now he's here to flaunt his strength? It's his ability that he can find a girlfriend so quickly. But compared to Wang Shuo, he's a piece of sh*t. Bai Ruolin's words were unpleasant. She used to admire Li Chongqing, but now Wang Shuo was her niece's husband. Yi Shuang snorted. Do you think Chongqing's excellence can be discovered by you bunch of snobs? One day you'll regret it. You Bai family don't think you can soar by hooking up with the Wang family, do you? Haha. As long as I'm here, your Bai family won't be able to leave Qingzhou. After saying this, Yi Shuang directly took out her phone and called a real estate businessman who cooperated with the Bai family. She bluntly told him to give up any cooperation with the Bai family. Everyone from the Bai family was stunned. They've never seen such overbearing behavior. Cutting off someone's path to wealth without a word. Bai Qianxue looked at Wang Shuo for help. Bai Mingtang directly said, Brother-in-law, where did this woman come from? She's so arrogant. Quickly teach her a lesson. Wang Shuo's face showed a bit of a bitter smile. Just as he was about to stand up and say something, he saw Yi Shuang hang up the phone and make another call. This time, it was for the head of the Wang family. She said bluntly, "If your son wants to date, I don't care. I want the Bai family to go bankrupt. If your Wang family dares to interfere, then you're my Yi family's enemy." If the previous call caused the Bai family to fall into a crisis, then this call completely destroyed their hope of turning things around. Wang Shuo, say something. Bai Qianxue was also a bit anxious. Yi Shuang, who hung up the phone, only had a cold smile on her face. Don't count on your boyfriend anymore. If he doesn't want the Wang family to fall into trouble, he won't dare to help you at all. Also, don't expect to open this square and the design company. I've already talked to him before I came. Even if you give him 10 billion, he won't dare to sell it. After that, she directly walked up to Bai Qianxue and said word by word. I've done everything possible to become his woman even in my dreams, but you don't know how to cherish it at all. You're really the stupidest woman I've ever met. When you realize the benefits of longevity, it'll be too late for regrets. After that, she walked over and held Li Chongqing's hand. The two of them directly left the square. Only the Bai family's faces were left green. Wang Shuo, why didn't you say anything just now? Bai Qianxue was a bit angry. She was humiliated and targeted by a woman in front of so many people, but the man she was most proud of was like a mute and became a coward. I want to say something, but I can't because she's the eldest daughter of the Yi family. After that, Wang Shuo's mouth showed a trace of bitterness and grievance. I can't afford to offend her. Chapter 360. You invited me to watch the show today just to do these things and let me see this scene, right? After leaving the square, Li Chongqing looked at Yi Shuang. I'm sorry, Chongqing. Yi Shuang wanted to say something, but Li Chongqing smiled first. Silly girl, you don't have to apologize to me. I know you're standing up for me. I should be the one thanking you. Yi Shuang only breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Li Chongqing's words. She was really afraid that Li Chongqing would be angry because of that. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce stopped by the road. The car door opened and an old man came out. He said respectfully, "Young mistress, master asked me to take you back." Okay. Yi Shuang's eyes showed some reluctance. She said to Li Chongqing, "Chongqing, I'm going back to capital city. I'll come and look for you in a few days." After saying that, she got into the car and looked back repeatedly. After the car door closed, the old man took a long look at Li Chongqing before driving the car away. Li Chongqing clearly felt a trace of hostility from the old man's eyes. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Yi Shuang only looked away when Li Chongqing's shadow was no longer in the car. She returned to her usual cold look. "Young mistress, I'm just a servant, but I still want to remind you that you're not a good match for such a poor boy. Master will not agree, and neither will the family. This is my private matter. It's not up to you to butt in," Yi Shuang said coldly. "Chongqing is my savior. I've reiterated this to you many times. Besides, don't you think you're being a snob? Chongqing is just a low-profile person who doesn't care to show his strength in front of outsiders." Ha ha. The old man curled his lips and showed some disdain. "Young mistress, I know what you're trying to say. He's an immortal who can fly. What do you mean by destroying the entire Huashan sect all by himself? Young mistress, don't make up stories. Who would believe such a thing? Immortals don't exist in this world. He's a poor boy, he's a poor boy." As a subordinate who has watched young Miss grow up, I would like to remind young Miss not to forget her identity. Please respect yourself and don't bring shame to the Yi family. Ha ha. I'm looking for Li Chongqing to bring shame to the Yi family. If I marry that man according to my father's plan, do you think it's an honor? Yi Shuang sneered. A phoenix marrying a pheasant is a disgrace? The plan of the Yi clan's 2 generations cannot be allowed to go wrong. If you don't want that brat to die, you'd better listen to this old servant's advice. After saying that, the old man focused on driving. Yi Shuang, who was sitting in the back seat, looked a little disappointed. On the other side, Li Chongqing watched as the car disappeared at the end of the road. He mumbled to himself, Yi Shuang, is this why you begged me? For your sake, if the Yi clan really provokes me, I won't kill them. Li Chongqing was not a sentimental person. At this moment, looking at the street without the Rolls-Royce, his heart suddenly felt empty. Humans, after all, are not heartless animals. Even if they have lived for thousands of years, they still can't see through the love between men and women. Perhaps this was why his master, who was a Taoist priest, did not let him become a monk after taking him in as a disciple. He was not suitable for the path of heartlessness. He was originally a person in the mortal world, coming and going in the mortal world. Shaking his head, Li Chongqing planned to return to the villa alone. The phone in his pocket rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Ma Yi calling. He picked up the phone. Chongqing, bad news. The school suddenly sent out a notice. You've been expelled from the school. Zhang Wenbin, I, and the members of the combat team have all been punished. Even Wu Xiaowan and Su Jing have been suspended. Ma Yi's voice was a little anxious. Li Chongqing's heart was instantly covered by a burst of anger. In the face of Shen Donghai's provocations several times, he was too lazy to argue with him. He did not expect the other party to be despicable to this extent. He directly used the power in his hands to take revenge on Li Chongqing without hiding anything. If Li Chongqing was the one being punished, he would not be so angry. However, because of him, the combat team, Su Jing, Wu Xiaowan, and Ma Yi were all punished. This touched Li Chongqing's bottom line. Chongqing, what should we do now? Ma Yi on the other end of the phone was completely confused. Although his family was quite powerful, he had no other choice now. It's okay. I'll let Shen Donghai take back the order obediently. You don't have to worry. Li Chongqing comforted. He hung up the phone and took a taxi back to the school. Li Chongqing did not go to see Ma Yi. Instead, he went directly to Shen Donghai's office. The office door was closed. Li Chongqing went up and kicked the door open. The teacup in Shen Donghai's hand fell on the table. The tea instantly soaked a few documents on the table. When he saw that it was Li Chongqing, the anger on Shen Donghai's face disappeared. His hands were casually placed on his thighs and his body leaned back on the chair. There was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Shen Donghai, you expelled me and suspended Wu Xiaowan and Su Jing's classes. I heard that even Chu Meng and the others were punished. You have guts. Do you know the background of Chu Meng's family? Of course I know. The #1 family in Qingzhou. But so what? If you mentioned the Chu family before, I might not dare to do anything. But now, the Chu family is nothing. You don't have to use the Chu family to pressure me. I'm not afraid. I'm not using the Chu family to pressure you. I'm giving you a chance to take back your decision. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Li Chongqing said word by word. Ha ha. Shen Donghai shook his head. Who are you trying to scare? Li Chongqing, don't you have the Chu family behind you? What's so great about that? Let me tell you. Not only will I not take back my decision, I'll also expel Chu Meng, the combat team, and Wu Xiaowan. What can you do to me? You, Li Chongqing's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He was really afraid that he would tear Shen Donghai apart in anger. To him, killing Shen Donghai was as easy as killing an ant. However, if he evaporated a person for no reason, it would cause a commotion. All right, Shen Donghai. I'll remember your words. Since you like to play dirty and like to play power games, then I'll play with you. I heard that the Shen family behind you is not a small family. It's because of the Shen family that you can become the principal. Then I'll make the Shen family go bankrupt first and let you taste despair. Is that so? Shen Donghai sneered. You want to touch my Shen family? Do you have the ability? Let's wait and see. Li Chongqing turned and walked out of the office. Chapter 361. He called Ma Yi, and Ma Yi said that they were in the dormitory. Li Chongqing went directly to Ma Yi's dormitory. He saw Ma Yi and Zhang Wenbin sighing. But on the other side, Zhao Qinggan was complaining loudly. Didn't I say that Li Chongqing was a jinx? At that time, the school ordered everyone to attend the school's banquet. I tried to persuade you, but you didn't listen. You insisted that you couldn't let Li Chongqing down. Now it's fine. You did let him down, but was it worth it to be unlucky with him? Zhao Qinggan was talking to himself, but he saw Zhang Wenbin and Ma Yi's strange expressions. As soon as he turned around, he saw the figures standing at the door. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He was talking behind someone's back and was caught by someone. Li Chongqing looked at Zhao Qinggan coldly. He didn't like this person. Being stared at by Li Chongqing, Zhao Qinggan was a little embarrassed. But soon, he sneered, "What are you looking at? I'm telling the truth. Why can't I tell the truth? It's all your fault. What kind of party are you holding outside? Now you've surpassed Shin Donghai's limelight. But now you've been expelled. Ma Yi and the others have been given demerit. How many people do you think you've implicated? It's just Shin Donghai. I'll make him take back his decision and come over to apologize to Ma Yi and everyone," Li Chongqing said. Zhao Qinggan shook his head. "You must be dreaming." Li Chongqing didn't bother with him anymore. Instead, he looked at Ma Yi and Zhang Wenbin. "Don't worry. This branch will be revoked." After saying that, he turned around and left without entering the dormitory. Ma Yi and Zhang Wenbin both sighed. They knew that Li Chongqing's background was extraordinary, but Shin Donghai's background wasn't ordinary either. So, they didn't have much hope. After leaving Ma Yi's dormitory and returning to their own dormitory, Jiang Tao and the others also heard about the school's decision. When they saw Li Chongqing coming in, they hurriedly comforted him. "Chongqing, you don't have to be too sad. With your family background, it doesn't matter if you don't go to college. Yeah, this Shin Donghai is too much. Too much. But the county magistrate is not as good as the one in charge. Who asked him to be the principal of the school?" Yang Fan sighed and said. They knew that Li Chongqing was shockingly powerful, but a place like the school was not a place where powerful people could interfere. What's more, Shin Donghai had already announced on many occasions that his background was 10,000 times stronger than Li Chongqing's. Although he didn't say who his backer was, everyone thought that he had figured out Li Chongqing's background, which was why he made such a statement. "Don't worry, I will take care of this matter." Li Chongqing smiled and told them not to worry. He directly called Qiyu. Since Li Chongqing wanted to use the laws of the ordinary world to resolve this matter, he would definitely have to use the powers of Qiyu and the others. Shin Donghai had angered Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing would make him feel what despair was. Qiyu, investigate the background of Shin Donghai, the principal of Qingzhou University. Li Chongqing directly ordered Qiyu. If he wanted to deal with Shin Donghai, he had to uproot him. "Yes, sir." On the other end of the phone, Qiyu sounded a little excited. Having been in the north for many years, Qiyu had been idle for too long. Now that he received Li Chongqing's order, the long-lost passion appeared in his heart. Back then, he followed Li Chongqing around, which was why he had the glory and wealth he had today. And now, his rusty sword was finally going to be unsheathed. At the same time, in the office of the principal, Shin Donghai called Vice Principal Yang in. Vice Principal Yang stood in front of Shin Donghai, bowing and groveling like a lackey. "Post an announcement for me. The combat team is disbanded. They don't need to participate in the upcoming National University Combat Competition. Wu Xiaowan and Su Jing are also dismissed." This, Vice Principal Yang looked hesitant. "Old Shin, I'm afraid that this will be criticized." Shin Donghai glared at Vice Principal Yang. Suddenly, Vice Principal Yang was so scared that he wiped the cold sweat on his head. So what? I'm the principal of this university. That Li Chongqing dares to provoke me. I'll let him know the fate of all those who dare to go against me. Although he has the backing of the Chu clan in Qing province, no matter how much power the Chu clan has, it is only in this city. If he wants to touch my Chun clan, a mere Li Chongqing is not qualified. Qi Yu was very efficient. The information about the Shin family was sent to Li Chongqing in less than half an hour. After reading the information from beginning to end, he found out that Shin Donghai actually had a huge business family behind him. The reason why Shin Donghai could become the principal of Qingzhou University was all because of his family's power. The Shin family was a family that was engaged in the real estate industry. Its influence in the southwest region was not weaker than that of the Shin family in Qingzhou. It was no wonder that Shin Donghai dared to fight against Chun Ligua, who had the Shin family as his backer. It was also no wonder that the other party was so unscrupulous. After reading the information, Li Chongqing had a plan in mind. "Sir, do you want me to use my power to destroy the Shin family?" said Qi Yu with eagerness. "No need. I'm going to do it myself this time. Book me a ticket to Ning City right away. I'm going now." Once Li Chongqing decided to do something, he would not drag his feet. "Okay." On the other end of the phone, Qi Yu immediately nodded in agreement. "I'll send someone to assist you, sir." "It's just the Shin family. You don't need to do it yourself," said Qi Yu again. Shin Donghai has the Wang family in Beijing as his backer, so dealing with the Shin family is not the main thing. The most important thing is to prevent the Wang family from interfering. I'll leave the Wang family to you. Qi Yu immediately became spirited after hearing Li Chongqing's words. "Okay, sir. You can rest assured. Although the Wang family is snobbish, and I can't bring them down for the time being, it's not a problem for me to block the Wang family for you." "Okay." Li Chongqing hung up the phone. He was very clear about Qi Yu's ability to do things. Since he said that he could block the Wang family, then he would definitely be able to do it. 5 minutes later, the phone received a message from the airline that the ticket was successfully booked. Li Chongqing directly set off for the airport. By the time Li Chongqing rushed to the airport, it was already afternoon. So after checking in, he sat on the seat and waited in boredom. There were still 2 hours before the plane would take off. By the time he arrived in Ning City, it should be dark. It was winter at this time. Even sitting in the airport, the temperature was a bit cold. However, this didn't have much effect on Li Chongqing. He was still wearing a half-sleeved shirt, sitting there and playing with his phone in boredom. From time to time, people around him would cast strange looks. After all, it was such a cold day and people were already wearing down jackets. A few girls were quietly pointing at Li Chongqing and whispering among themselves. It was said that girls who love to be beautiful are not afraid of the cold in winter, but a boy wearing so little in winter is really rare. Finally, it was time to board the plane. Qi Yu booked a business-class seat for Li Chongqing. When he sat down in his seat, he saw a beautiful girl wearing a down jacket next to him. Because the temperature in the cabin was relatively high, she unzipped her down jacket after putting her luggage down. Inside was a white tight long-sleeved shirt. When she stood up and stretched her body, it just happened to expose her charming and exquisite curves, attracting the attention of the people around her. Even Li Chongqing couldn't help but take a few more glances at her body. The girl was very beautiful. She was also aware of the effect caused by her figure, but she didn't care at all. However, when she sat down, many people retracted their gazes guiltily. Li Chongqing's expression didn't change. The girl's starry eyes and Li Chongqing's gaze met in the air. The girl suddenly smiled. Li Chongqing's face was stunned. However, since the girl was so polite, he couldn't be too stingy. So, he returned a smile. At this time, a man's complaining voice came from the seat behind Li Chongqing. "Seriously, We can't even book a seat together. I can only look at you from a distance across the aisle. Li Chongqing then realized that the girl was smiling at the man behind him. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He thought too much. Chapter 362. The beautiful girl rolled her eyes at the other party. Yang Ning, don't be so mushy. I asked you to accompany me to Ningqing to discuss business with me. I didn't ask you to take the opportunity to flirt with me. Hearing the woman's words, the man named Yang Ning looked indifferent. At this time, seeing Li Chongqing next to him, the man suddenly laughed and said, I say, buddy, I saw that you seemed to be smiling with our beauty Yutong just now. Aren't you being a bit presumptuous? Li Chongqing didn't expect that his action just now was seen by the other party. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the woman curl her lips. He is as presumptuous as you. At least you are handsome. With that, she looked up and down at Li Chongqing. Seeing this outfit, she couldn't help but curl her lips and muttered, What kind of taste is this? Li Chongqing didn't expect to be despised like this, but he didn't care. He smiled and closed his eyes to rest. The man and the woman next to him kept talking. Li Chongqing was a little annoyed by the noise. However, this was a public place after all, so he couldn't say anything. Finally, the two people's mouths were dry and they stopped chatting, letting Li Chongqing have some peace and quiet. After a while, the woman was probably a little sleepy and fell asleep under the blanket. The man looked around in boredom. Seeing Li Chongqing playing with his mobile phone, he couldn't help but say, Brother, you must be on a business trip, right? Otherwise, this is business class. How can you afford to sit in it? With that said, he glanced at Li Chongqing's clothes without leaving a trace. Li Chongqing didn't expect the other party to be so direct. He smiled and didn't answer. Half an hour later, the plane finally began to land. The woman also woke up from her sleep. She stood up and took down her suitcase from above. She looked at the handsome man and said, Yang Ning, help me carry my luggage. Do you have any gentlemanly demeanor? The man named Yang Ning pointed to the bigger suitcase in his hand and said, My beauty Yutong, do you think I can help you? As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at Li Chongqing. He took out a few red notes from his pocket and said, Brother, you're on a business trip to Ning City. You can't earn much in a day, right? I'll give you a chance to earn some extra money. How about 1,000 yuan to help my goddess carry her luggage? That box is not heavy. As he spoke, he deliberately patted the 1,000 yuan on his hand, making a clapping sound. It was no wonder that the man thought of Li Chongqing as someone who was on a business trip with the company's money. Everyone in the business class cabin was wearing custom-made clothes and a watch worth more than 100,000 yuan. It was fine that Li Chongqing's clothes were ordinary. There was not a single luxury item on him, and his temperament was not good. Yang Ning, you're really something. The girl smiled and pushed the suitcase to Li Chongqing. Thank you for your help. Although the girl was young, she was born in the upper-class circle. From a young age, she understood that money could make the world go round. In her opinion, Li Chongqing would not refuse, and there was no reason for him to refuse. After all, the suitcase was not heavy. 1,000 yuan was just a piece of cake. However, Li Chongqing's next move made her feel a little stunned. She saw Li Chongqing push the suitcase she pushed to the other side. It's not impossible for me to help carry the suitcase, but you want to hire me as a coolie for 1,000 yuan? You think too much. What? The girl and the man widened their eyes. 1,000 is not enough. How about I give you 3,000 yuan? The man felt that Li Chongqing was asking for too much. However, he was not short of money. Unexpectedly, Li Chongqing still shook his head. 30,000 yuan. The man was completely ruthless. Even many people in the surroundings cast curious gazes over. 30,000 yuan just to carry the suitcase. Even they were a little tempted. Li Chongqing really didn't look like a rich man. Yang Ning stared at Li Chongqing with a complacent look on his face. He didn't believe that this guy dressed like a country bumpkin could withstand such a temptation. However, Li Chongqing still shook his head and spat out 2 words faintly, "Not enough. 300 million yuan is not enough." "What did you say?" The man couldn't help laughing. The girl also shook her head. She only felt that this plainly dressed guy had such a strong self-esteem. She reached out and pulled the suitcase back. At the same time, she looked at Li Chongqing and chuckled, "You are quite interesting, but you really missed a chance to make a fortune. He said he would give you 30,000 yuan. If you agree, he is not joking. He will really give you the money." At this time, the people in front had all left. The girl pulled the suitcase and got off the plane with the man. Before getting off the plane, the man named Yang Ning did not forget to scornfully glare at Li Chongqing. Obviously, he was somewhat dissatisfied with Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing could only shake his head. He was not joking. No one had the right to order him to pull the suitcase. After getting off the plane, they saw a few middle-aged men in suits welcoming them at the arrival gate. One of them, a fat man with half his head bald, walked at the front. He was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Set off by the middle-aged men, he seemed to have a strong aura. He went straight to the girl and said, "Miss Yu Tong, welcome to Peace City." At the same time, he looked at the man beside him and said, "Young Master Yang Ning, this is Peace City. Your name also has a Ning in it. This means that this is your blessed land. Who knows, your wish might come true." Yang Ning naturally knew what the middle-aged man was talking about. He looked at Wang Yutong beside him with a burning gaze. The dignified young master of the Yang family came all the way to Peace City. Even a blind person could see his intentions. The scene here made the surrounding people envious. At a glance, they knew that the identity of this man and woman was not ordinary. Otherwise, why would so many people with strong auras come to welcome them at the same time? At this time, Li Chongqing also happened to walk over. Yang Ning handed the suitcase to one of the middle-aged men. After seeing Li Chongqing, he could not help but show some pride on his face. Then, he shouted at Li Chongqing, "Kid, did you see that? This is the difference. Although you refuse to help me carry the suitcase for the sake of your pride, so what? No matter how much pride you have, you still have to take a taxi when you go out. As soon as I go out, there are people rushing to carry the suitcase for me. There are also so many people coming to welcome me." After saying that, he looked at Li Chongqing proudly. At this time, Wang Yutong rolled her eyes at Yang Ning and said, "Yang Ning, I find that you are really narrow-minded. Why are you so calculative with an ordinary company employee? You just have nothing better to do." Hearing Wang Yutong's words, Yang Ning was not angry. He just smiled slightly. The middle-aged men who came to welcome them all looked at Li Chongqing in confusion and thought, how did this kid offend these 2 great gods? Li Chongqing heard the conversation between the 2 before and knew that the identity of these 2 people was not ordinary. Seeing so many people welcoming the 2 of them confirmed his idea. However, this did not have any impact on his state of mind. It was like a group of children showing off their toys in front of an adult. In Li Chongqing's view, this kind of showing off was meaningless. On the contrary, it was ridiculous. Li Chongqing did not pay attention to Yang Ning. Instead, he walked past them without looking sideways. At this time, suddenly, a big man wearing sunglasses stepped out and reached out to block Li Chongqing's way under the signal of the bald middle-aged man. Li Chongqing stopped, and there was a bit of confusion in his eyes. The bald middle-aged man did not pay attention to Li Chongqing at all. Instead, he looked at Wang Yutong next to him. "Miss Wang, did this person disrespect you on the plane? Do you need me to teach him a lesson?" Chapter 363. The other party was very confident when he spoke. He was also a well-known figure in Ning City. Wang Yutong and Yang Ning did not expect this bald middle-aged man to be so overbearing. However, they reacted quickly and Wang Yutong shook her head. Only then did the bodyguard in sunglasses retract his arm and make way for them. Yang Ning cast a playful look at Li Changxing. His meaning was obvious. See? I don't want to be calculative with you. Otherwise, you won't even be able to leave the airport today. Li Changxing, on the other hand, only gave the bald middle-aged man a meaningful glance. When the other party's bodyguard stood out, he was actually prepared to teach him a lesson. However, when he saw him stepping aside, he was too lazy to do so. Yo! Look at this guy. He seems a little unconvinced. Yang Ning was not afraid of blowing things up. However, the bald middle-aged man just snorted in disdain. He did not care about the hostility of small fries. At this moment, Li Changxing had already walked out of the airport. As soon as he appeared, he saw a handsome young man in a suit coming up to him with a smile. "Mr. Li, we meet again." This young man was none other than Qi Xian, the son of the sickly tiger Qi Yu. Li Changxing didn't expect that when Qi Yu said he would send someone to assist Li Changxing, he actually sent his own son. Qi Xian's face was filled with respect. Behind him was a middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses. The moment he saw Li Changxing, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then, it was quickly replaced by a smile. Behind the middle-aged man were 2 neat rows of bodyguards. There were a total of 8 people, all of whom were above 1.8 meters tall. They followed closely behind him with an intimidating aura. The middle-aged man also hurried up with a friendly and respectful smile on his face. "This is the person in charge of our family in Ning City, President Zhao." "Hello, President Zhao." Li Changxing smiled faintly. Zhao Quan's face immediately revealed a flattered expression. "Mr. Li, you can call me Zhao Quan or Xiao Zhao. You calling me President Zhao is too much for me." This Zhao Quan was also a powerful figure in Ning City, but no matter how powerful he was in Ning City, he was still a dog of the Qi clan. Qi Xian was his master. How could he dare to show any disrespect to someone whom even his master had to treat with respect? Does President Zhao always bring so many bodyguards with him when he goes out? Isn't this scale a little exaggerated? Li Changxing looked at the 8 black-clothed men with powerful auras behind him and joked. The 8 bodyguards were too eye-catching, causing all eyes to fall on them. Li Changxing, who had always kept a low profile, was not used to this. "He's not just a bodyguard. He's mainly a driver." Zhao Quan smiled. Qi Xian smiled and said, "Everything about President Zhao is good, but he likes to talk about grandeur too much. Isn't it to welcome you, Mr. Li?" He made such a big lineup. As he spoke, he pointed into the distance. Only then did Li Changxing see a row of luxurious Rolls-Royces. There were a total of 8 Rolls-Royces lined up in a long line. It was very eye-catching. Li Changxing couldn't help but shake his head. He liked to keep a low profile, but the other party made it so high profile. The people who walked out of the airport also noticed this scene. Men, women, old, and young were all attracted by the row of Rolls-Royces. This was a big show of extravagance. The few Mercedes-Benz business cars beside the Rolls-Royces seemed to be overshadowed. "Isn't that the poor guy on a business trip?" Yang Ning looked at Li Changxing walking toward the Rolls-Royce and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Wang Yutong, who was next to her, was also dumbfounded. At this time, the bald man who asked the bodyguards to stop Li Changxing's left leg was trembling. It was not because of the row of Rolls-Royces, but because he recognized the person beside Li Changxing. Zhao Quan, the general manager of the Tiger Group. "Why? Is that middle-aged man famous?" Wang Yutong looked at the bald middle-aged man in confusion. The middle-aged man's face showed a bitter expression. "He's more than famous. The Tiger Group is a big company in Ning City. They have only been in Ning City's market for a year. A foreign company only took a year to open up Ning City's market. Many companies that tried to deal with them in the beginning either went bankrupt or had to give up Ning City's cake. Their background is very mysterious. Until now, no one knows what their real trump card is. Zhao Quan himself is known for his ruthlessness. He can definitely be ranked in the top 10 big shots in Ning City. I offended his friend just now. What if he wants to take revenge on me? The bald middle-aged man looked terrified. Wang Yutong watched Li Chongqing get into the car and then leave. Thinking of the disdain she had for Li Chongqing, she suddenly felt a burning sensation on her face. It was really a slap in the face. Yang Ning bit her lips and finally said stubbornly, "Isn't it just a big shot in Ning City who came to pick us up? What's so great about it?" In Ning City, no matter how big the power is, can it be compared to the Shen family? Hearing Yang Ning's words, the bald middle-aged man's face lit up. Only then did he remember the relationship between the young man in front of him and the second-in-command of the Shen family. In Ning City, the Shen family was indeed a big shot. Half an hour later, Li Chongqing arrived at a villa in Ning City. This was the residence that Qi Xian prepared for Li Chongqing. "Mr. Li, I've checked all the information about the Shen family. Although the Shen family has the support of the Wang family, it will only take a month to destroy them," Qi Xian said confidently. The power that the sickly tiger Qi Yu had was not as simple as it seemed. As Qi Yu's son, it was not difficult to deal with a small Shen family. It was already very fast to destroy a big family that dominated a region in a month. Unexpectedly, Li Chongqing waved his hand. "No, it's too slow. I want the Shen family to go bankrupt in 3 days." When he said this, Qi Xian and Zhao Quan were surprised. 3 days? How is that possible? Not to mention that the Qi family did not have much influence in Ning City. Even in the northwestern region that was completely controlled by the Qi family, it was difficult to destroy a big family in 3 days. After all, the Shen family still had a strong foundation. Seeing Qi Xian and Zhao Quan's dumbfounded faces, Li Chongqing knew that his idea was indeed shocking. However, if it was really a month, then the combat team's upcoming matches would be delayed. Before the holidays, the combat team still had to head north for the finals of the National University Combat Competition. Therefore, a month was definitely not an option. Other than slowly setting up a plan to destroy the Shen family, is there any other way to destroy them in one blow? Li Chongqing asked directly. There is one, but the success rate is not very high. Zhao Quan hesitated for a moment before answering. The Shen family has been investing in a large-scale real estate project recently. For this, they have invested almost all of their assets. They even borrowed money from many banks and are in huge debt. However, the project is only half completed. They still need to invest in the follow-up. For this, the Shen family has found several companies to finance it. It's one of the largest financing companies, Mu Sin Investment Group. They have promised to invest 100 billion yuan in the Shen family. As long as the Mu Sin Group withdraws their investment, the Shen family will be paralyzed immediately. However, the profits from this real estate project are huge. The Mu Sin Group will reap huge returns in the future. It's almost impossible to make them stop investing. Hearing Zhao Quan's words, Li Chongqing pondered for a moment. In that case, we'll take out more profits for them to earn. As he spoke, he looked at Qi Xian beside him. Qi Xian naturally understood what Li Chongqing meant. If the Shen family can invest in real estate, so can our Qi family. Moreover, we can give more profits to the Mu Sin Group. There's still a chance to rope them in. Draw up a plan immediately. Tomorrow, I'll personally meet the chairman of the Mu Sin Group. After Li Chongqing gave the order, Qi Xian immediately got his men to take action. Zhao Quan, who was beside him, witnessed everything and could not help but secretly click his tongue. Investing in a real estate project required a lot of money. As the representative of the Qi family's power in Ning City, he naturally knew the Qi family's financial situation. In recent years, their main development goal was not in the southwest. However, just because of Li Changxing's words, they immediately launched a huge project worth hundreds of billions in the southwest. This gave him a clearer understanding of Li Changxing's position in the hearts of the Qi family. Who exactly was this young man? He seemed to have made the Qi family's father and son agree to all their requests. It was truly terrifying. Chapter 364. The next morning, Li Changxing read through the investment project book that Qi Xian brought over. There was a special think tank team behind the Qi family. Since they decided to invest in a big project in Ning City, this was the result of the team working overtime all night. Just to deal with the Shun family, they started a super project in Ning City without hesitation. Qi Xian had done the best for Li Changxing. Zhao Quan, who had always seen the Qi family act swiftly and decisively, was shocked. In the morning, Zhao Quan made a few calls and finally arranged a meeting with the chairman of the Mu Sin Group at noon. After Li Changxing had a rough understanding of the project, he set off with Zhao Quan. Qi Xian didn't go with them. A lot of preparations were needed to start a project. Although they didn't have to do it personally, they still needed someone to take command. Today, Li Changxing wore casual clothes and sat in Zhao Quan's Rolls-Royce. Looking at Li Changxing's outfit, Zhao Quan was a little stunned. After all, they were going to discuss big business. Li Changxing was dressed too casually. Thinking of Li Changxing's identity, the dignified young master of the Qi family was like a follower in front of him. A casual sentence from him made the Qi family decide to develop a real estate project in Ning City. Such a person, no matter how casually he dressed, was destined not to be belittled by anyone. The two of them walked for about half an hour and arrived in front of a luxuriously decorated clubhouse. This was one of the most luxurious places in Ning City. The chairman of the Mu Sin Group was called Chen Mushing, and he was also one of Li Changxing's main targets today. It was said that the other party was stronger than Zhao Quan in Ning City and was a real rich man. The Chen family had made a fortune in the 1980s and stood out in a series of shuffles in the early 1990s. Although they could only stay in a corner and couldn't walk out of Ning City to a wider world, they were the true local tyrant in this small piece of land. The Shun family was able to get their investment because their projects were indeed profitable and had a high rate of return. Another reason was that the Shun family had been operating in Ning City for so many years. Therefore, even if the Qi family was willing to invest hundreds of billions in real estate projects and prepare to give more dividends to the Mu Sin Group, Zhao Quan didn't think there was much hope from the beginning. This involved relationships and was not as simple as business interests. If it was in the past, with the Qi family's influence, they could force the local tyrants to bow their heads. But now, the Shun family was backed by the Wang family. Even if the Wang family didn't have much sincerity, the Wang family's name was enough to make the people of the Mu Sin Group not dare to easily go back on their word. After entering the clubhouse, he knocked on a door and opened it. There were a few middle-aged men sitting on the sofa. One of them wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked to be in his 60s. He was the chairman of the Mu Sin Group, Chen Mushing. Upon seeing Zhao Quan, Chen Mushing immediately beckoned him over. "President Zhao, come and take a seat. It's not easy for a busy person like you to ask me out for a meal." Zhao Quan's influence in Ning City was not as big as the Mu Sin Group. However, Zhao Quan's mysterious and rapid rise made people not dare to underestimate him. Li Changxing and Zhao Quan came in together, and several gazes swept back and forth on his body. If Li Changxing was wearing a suit and tie and walked in behind Zhao Quan in a formal manner, everyone could understand that he was Zhao Quan's assistant or follower. However, Li Changxing was wearing casual clothes and casual decorations. This was a mistake that should never happen to a secretary or an assistant. For a moment, it made several people more curious. "President Zhao, you took the time out of your busy schedule to ask me out. I wonder what's the matter? President Zhao, you don't visit a temple without a reason." Qin Mushing lit up a cigar. Zhao Quan walked to Qin Mushing's side and sat down, while Li Chongqing casually found a seat and sat down. Because of Li Chongqing's instructions in advance, Zhao Quan and Qin Mushing began to chat about some things in the north, south, east and west. Doing business was particular about the ways of the world. A straightforward conversation was either full of confidence or a hothead. Qin Mushing was still unsure about Li Chongqing's identity. He glanced at him and joked, "Young people nowadays are amazing. A few days ago, one came to my company. At first, my manager didn't think highly of him because of his young age. Who knew that he would make a report of the return on investment? The results shocked me. The times are changing, and young people are getting more and more amazing." After Qin Mushing finished speaking, a man beside him immediately echoed, "Yes, but President Qin, your son is amazing. He went out to start his own company at such a young age. Who in Ning City doesn't praise your Qin family for having a tiger father and a dog son?" These words were somewhat flattering, but Qin Mushing obviously enjoyed it very much. "He also borrowed my name, so everyone is willing to give him some face. Chief Qin, you're being modest. There are so many powerful families in Ning City, and so many dandy young masters. However, the only one who is young and promising is the young master of your Qin family. This is enough to explain the problem." Qin Mushing chuckled. Even if he was a president with a net worth of hundreds of billions, when talking about his son, he would first be a father. For a father, his son was his pride. "You guys, if you continue to praise him like this, my son will soon be proud." Qin Mushing laughed heartily. He was in a good mood. After smoking a cigarette, Zhao Quan and Qin Mushing talked about all sorts of things. When the cigarette was snuffed out, everyone knew that it was time to talk about business. For a moment, everyone stopped talking and looked at Zhao Quan. At their level, time was really money. If they were to talk for such a long time, they would lose a lot of money. Naturally, they knew that no one would really come here to chat for no reason. Today, when Zhao Quan was talking to Qin Mushing, he bluntly said that there was an opportunity to make a fortune. One had to know that Zhao Quan had made a name for himself in Ning City in less than a year. Many people had always been curious about his background. When he heard about making a fortune, Qin Mushing, who was born in a business family, naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He even brought along a few presidents who were on good terms with him to show his connections in Ning City. President Zhao said that he has something to cooperate with me. I wonder what project it is? Qin Mushing was a big shot in the investment industry in Ning City. Anyone who approached him would generally want him to invest. The rest of the people present also pricked up their ears. These days, there were fewer and fewer projects that could make a fortune. They were full of expectations for what Zhao Quan was going to talk about. Zhao Quan knew that it was time to get down to business. He roughly explained that he planned to do a huge real estate project in Ning City and the nearby provinces, investing hundreds of billions. When these words came out, Qin Mushing and the rest widened their eyes. A project worth hundreds of billions is not a small investment. Well, President Zhao, you must have heard that our Musin Group will be the biggest investor for the Xin family's real estate project and the Commercial Street project. We have already discussed the details. All that's left is to sign the contract. I'm afraid that your project worth hundreds of billions is beyond our ability to do so. Qin Mushing's words were tantamount to rejecting him on the spot. Not to mention that the project's investment was too huge. He couldn't afford that much money. Even if he could, he didn't know Zhao Quan as well as the Xin family. How would he dare to bet casually? Zhao Quan hurriedly took out the proposal and explained some prospects to Qin Mushing and the rest. After reading it, the few people, including Qin Mushing, showed some interest on their faces. We can guarantee that your income will double within 5 years, Zhao Quan said as he closed the proposal. It's indeed a good project, but you're one step too late. We've decided to cooperate with the Shen family. The Shen family's project is almost the same as yours. It's just that the Shen family doesn't give us as high a dividend as yours. However, a businessman's integrity is the most important thing. Chen Mushing smiled. Integrity was one thing. Another thing was that Zhao Quan was far less reliable than the Shen family in everyone's eyes. Facing Chen Mushing's rejection, Zhao Quan showed some frustration on his face. His mouth was dry just now, but he still couldn't move these people. Is this little brother your junior, President Zhao? Chen Mushing found that when Zhao Quan was talking with him, he would look at Li Chongqing with inquiring eyes from time to time, which made him curious. His son founded his own company at a young age and was already very outstanding. However, it wasn't to the point that people like Zhao Quan would ask for his opinion. Zhao Quan originally came with Li Chongqing today, but Li Chongqing was too young. It was obvious that Chen Mushing didn't even believe himself. If Li Chongqing was the leader of this matter, the other party would probably laugh their heads off. Just as he was hesitating about how to introduce Li Chongqing, he saw Li Chongqing stretch and stand up. Zhao Quan's style of conversation was very much in line with the style of a businessman. However, he was being secretive, which made Li Chongqing irritated. He said directly, "My name is Li Chongqing. I was the one who proposed the project that Mr. Zhao is working on this time. The Northwest Qi Group will be investing in it. Since everyone is quite busy, I'll be frank. I invited President Chen here today to ask you to give up your investment in the Shen family's real estate project and invest your money in my project. I can give you double the dividend that the Shen family promised you. How about it?" Chen Mushing and the other three middle-aged men were stunned by Li Chongqing's self-introduction. Such a young man was actually the person behind Zhao Quan. Especially Li Chongqing's next words, asking Chen Mushing to give up his investment in the Shen family, were very straightforward and bold. Chen Mushing's mouth was slightly open. He hadn't recovered from the shock of Li Chongqing's identity when the other party threw out a bomb. He wanted to make a move on the Shen family. Zhao Quan looked at Chen Mushing and introduced Li Chongqing to them. He was a big boss from Qingzhou and had the unconditional support of the Qi family behind him. He could be considered his immediate superior. The scene fell into silence for a moment. Everyone was shocked to the core. At that time, everyone was still praising Chen Mushing's son for being young and promising and for being able to conquer the world at such a young age. However, in the blink of an eye, an even younger guy appeared and seemed to have amazing strength. He seemed to be on equal footing with the older generation of business heroes like Chen Mushing. However, it was because it was too shocking that it felt unreal. Could this be a swindler that Zhao Quan got? Chapter 365. Although the Shen family is very powerful, they are like grasshoppers after autumn. They won't be able to survive for more than a few days. Their real estate project hasn't started yet and will soon die. Therefore, it is reasonable for everyone to invest their money in this project that we are planning so that we can get the greatest return. Everyone present was a wily old fox. They instantly understood the meaning of Li Chongqing's words. Chen Mushing couldn't help but tease, "Mr. Li, is it? According to what you said, the Shen family, which has the support of the Wang family in Beijing, will fall into decline because of your appearance?" The people next to him couldn't help but chuckle. "Mr. Li, you're too confident. Even if the Qi family in the Northwest is involved, the Wang family is behind the Shen family. I don't know what hatred you have with the Shen family, but it's not realistic to want to destroy them. If you can really make the Shen family suffer heavy losses, then it's not impossible for us to invest in your project. But if you want to use us to deal with the Shen family, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." The scene fell into an awkward silence. Chen Mushing and the others sneered. They failed. Obviously, These people didn't believe that Li Chongqing could fight against the Shen family. Everyone even thought it was funny. A young man less than 20 years old was actually here talking to them about how to bring down the Shen family. Was there a mistake? Was he joking? Chen Mushing couldn't help but shake his head. The other party's background was very unusual. Zhao Quan was willing to follow him everywhere. But if he wanted to trick Chen Mushing into joining him based on this, he must be kidding. President Zhao, Mr. Li, I'm really sorry. I can't agree to today's matter. Okay. Zhao Quan nodded. This was actually the result he had long guessed. Li Chongqing didn't say anything. The two of them were about to leave. Now, in the eyes of the other party, the two of them were like clowns. Just as they turned around, they heard Chen Mushing's voice. My Chen family and the Shen family have always had a good relationship. Although you came to me today because you trust me and I shouldn't let you down, I'm afraid I can't keep your secret. After you leave this club, I'll tell the Shen family everything about today's conversation. So, please be prepared to face the Shen family's anger. Zhao Quan's face instantly darkened to the extreme. It was one thing for the other party to refuse to cooperate with them, but he actually told them that he would reveal what happened today to the Shen family. This was too much. Li Chongqing's footsteps also stopped, and he slowly turned around. He looked straight at Chen Mushing. Are you sure you want to do this? Originally, if you rejected our proposal, we could still be friends. But if you do this, you are declaring war on me and the Qi family of the Northwest. Hearing Li Chongqing's threatening words, Chen Mushing only laughed. Northwest Qi family? If you really have the Qi family in the Northwest as your background, then please get Qi Yu to talk to me in person. Otherwise, you won't be able to scare me. Also, if you think this is a declaration of war, then so be it. Chen Mushing shrugged. The three middle-aged men behind him laughed out loud. Li Chongqing's eyes suddenly turned cold. Chen Mushing, since that's the case, I'll soon let you know how wrong your decision today was. Chen Mushing's face was filled with mockery. He didn't expect this young man to be so bold as to dare to speak such harsh words to him. He imitated Li Chongqing's tone and said, I'm looking forward to your brilliant move. Li Chongqing left the club and sat in the Rolls-Royce, looking back at the luxurious club's entrance. I didn't expect that not only did I fail to persuade the Mu Sun Group to stop investing in the Shen family, but I also provoked an enemy that is not inferior to the Shen family. What should I do next? Zhao Quan looked back at Li Chongqing and asked. Since I can't tempt them with benefits, then I'll use other means. Check if there are any illegal operations in the Mu Sun Group. Li Chongqing knew that there were only a few companies that were developed before the 1980s that could withstand the investigation. There was something fishy behind all of them. Since the Mu Sun Group chose to stand on the opposite side of Li Chongqing, then Li Chongqing didn't mind taking drastic measures to deal with them. Zhao Quan was Qi Yu's subordinate, and everyone was well aware of the reason why the Qi family had today's status. So when he heard Li Chongqing's words, he immediately understood Li Chongqing's meaning. I'll do it right away. After saying that, he asked the driver to drive while he made several phone calls. Li Chongqing sat in the back seat with his eyes closed. This was the second method he could think of. If it still didn't work, then he could only use the means of immortal cultivators. Shen Donghai had thoroughly angered Li Chongqing, and he must make the Shen family pay the price no matter what. Moreover, he had already spoken harsh words in front of Chen Mushing today. Li Chongqing always kept his word. After returning to the villa, Qi Xian was somewhat disappointed when he learned that the plan had failed. Originally, when Li Chongqing and Zhao Quan went to negotiate with Chen Mushing, he and his team far away in the northwest had already made all the necessary preparations. But they didn't expect that the plan would fail before it even started. Don't worry, your hard work won't be in vain. Li Chongqing patted Qi Xian's shoulder. Sir, you don't have to be depressed. If it really doesn't work, Let my father use his connections to make the Shen family completely disappear from Ning City. Qi Xian was also determined. Although the son of tigers and leopards hadn't formed a pattern, he already had the aura of a bull. Qi Xian was Qi Yu's son, and Qi Yu was known as the sickly tiger. Back then, Qi Yu's rise was a bloody path, and Qi Xian wasn't inferior to his father. Originally, the Qi family had been doing serious business all these years, but Li Chongqing needed it, so Qi Xian wouldn't hesitate even if he had to go through the dirty water again. There's no need for that. It's not to that extent yet. Li Chongqing waved his hand. Mr. Li, why don't I take you out for a walk in the afternoon? As for the Shen family and the Mu Sun group, let Zhao Quan investigate. Li Chongqing nodded. There were specializations in the field, and in many aspects, Zhao Quan was more proficient than Li Chongqing. The superiors worked hard, while the subordinates worked hard. Li Chongqing only needed to point out the general direction, and the specific implementation would be done by the subordinate. Those who took care of everything personally usually didn't live long. The most famous example in history was Zhuge Liang. If he could delegate power appropriately and let his subordinates do their jobs, perhaps the one who unified the three kingdoms would be Shu Han. Qi Xian said that he would take Li Chongqing out for a walk. Coincidentally, there was a very famous nightclub in Ning City, and Qi Xian had a few good friends in Ning City. Hence, he made a phone call. Not long after, a few luxury cars drove over. Qi Xian drove a limited edition Rolls-Royce. Even in the capital city where luxury cars were everywhere, it was definitely worth a lot. And in a small place like Ning City, it was even more dazzling. When the few of them arrived at the bar, it wasn't lively yet. They sat in the corner and chatted about some topics while drinking. Because without Li Chongqing's permission, Qi Xian didn't introduce Li Chongqing to his friends. However, they all knew Qi Xian's identity, so they naturally didn't dare to neglect Li Chongqing. A woman wearing very little took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Her eyes never left Qi Xian from the beginning. However, a young master like Qi Xian had seen all kinds of women. He just couldn't be bothered to look at this kind of woman who was almost a prostitute. He also didn't dare to reject Li Chongqing, so he gave a look to one of his companions. The companion dismissed the woman with a few words. "Young Master Qi, Mr. Li, I'll find you a few small stars later." The young man who spoke was from a family who owned an entertainment company. He had a good relationship with many stars and was particularly keen on this. Qi Xian couldn't help but look at Li Chongqing, asking for Li Chongqing's opinion. However, Li Chongqing shook his head. "You really don't want them?" The other party looked a little surprised. This move of his had always been successful. It was the best way to bring men closer to each other. However, he didn't expect that Li Chongqing didn't seem interested at all. Originally, with Li Chongqing's attire, he would only be treated as an ordinary middle school student. However, with Qi Xian by his side, his ordinary attire was shrouded in a mysterious veil. In addition, he didn't seem to be affected by anything, so Qi Xian's friends couldn't figure him out. They didn't know who he was, so they were afraid that they would accidentally offend Li Chongqing. Chapter 366. Just then, a hearty laugh was heard. "Isn't this young Master Qi? What a coincidence!" It was a handsome man in his 30s. He was dressed formally and immaculately. Young Master Yang, whose family owned an entertainment company, had some influence in Ning City. However, when he saw this handsome man, he immediately tried to curry favor with him. "So it's Mr. Gao." He immediately introduced him to Li Chongqing and Qi Xian. "This is CEO Gao, the owner of this bar. He's a famous figure in Ning City." Hearing young Master Yang's introduction, even Li Chongqing and Qi Xian couldn't help but size him up. He was only 31 or 32 years old. To be able to open such a top-notch nightclub meant that his background was not ordinary. Then, young Master Yang pointed to Li Changxing and Qi Xian. "This is young Master Qi Xian and Mr. Li Changxing. Hello." After hearing their names, Gao Yin's eyes lit up. She went up to shake Li Changxing and Qi Xian's hands warmly and looked very approachable. When the nightclub manager who was patrolling saw this scene, he was shocked. He paid attention to this table and made the decision to give them a few bottles of free high-end wine. Young Master Yang, who was standing beside him, felt honored. After all, this Mr. Gao was his friend. Giving him such face also made him feel proud in front of Qi Xian and his other friends. There were more people in the bar, but Gao Yin seemed to hit it off with Li Changxing and Qi Xian. She drank with them until late at night. Everyone drank until they looked drunk. In the end, Gao Yin secretly asked Li Changxing if he wanted to find a few girls to accompany him at night. She could let Li Changxing choose any of the top-notch actresses in the bar or give them to Li Changxing. Li Changxing wondered if this CEO Gao knew Qi Xian's true identity, so she spared no effort to curry favor with him. He just happened to be riding on Qi Xian's coattails. However, he still shook his head in the end. Seeing that it was about time, they were about to pay the bill and leave. Gao Yin waved her hand and said that it was all free. Young Master Yang persisted for a while, but seeing that the other party was firm, he gave up on the idea of paying the bill. Everyone present came to the conclusion that this CEO Gao was really loyal and worth befriending. Before leaving the bar, Gao Yin asked Li Changxing again if he really didn't want any girls. Li Changxing smiled and shook his head. Because everyone's drunk, Gao Yin insisted that her driver send Li Changxing and Qi Xian home. Originally, he wanted to find a designated driver, but he couldn't resist the other party's enthusiasm, so he could only nod and agree. Gao's driver Gao Yin and Qi Xian sent Li Changxing and Qi Xian's favor. The driver waited until the two of them entered the house before leaving. The moment the door closed, the drunkenness on Li Changxing's face disappeared. Qi Xian also seemed to become a different person, his eyes shining. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Go investigate this Gao Yin's background. Li Changxing sat on the sofa. Qi Xian went over to make tea for Li Changxing while dialing a number. Soon there was news. I've asked Zhao Quan to check it out. Gao Yin is indeed not a good person. He's famous for being ruthless in Ning City. Most importantly, he has another background. He's the son-in-law of Chen Mushing, the chairman of the Mu Sin Group. Looks like tonight is not going to be a peaceful night. Li Changxing sighed. Qi Xian sneered. Don't worry, Mr. Li. If we were to engage in an open and above-board business war, the Qi family's influence in Ning City would not be enough. However, if we were to play dirty, even 100 Mu Sin groups would not be enough to drown the Qi family's spit. When he said this, Qi Xian exuded the aura of an ambitious and ruthless person, vaguely resembling his father, Qi Yu. At this moment, in the bar, after Li Changxing and the others left, the drunkenness on Gao Yin's face completely disappeared, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. The phone in his hand rang. It was a call from the driver. Hello? Have you figured out where they're staying? Today, find a dozen brothers and go smash that villa for me. Especially that Rolls-Royce. It's a limited edition. F***CK. I can't even bear to buy it. Smash it into smithereens. I've lost so many smiles today. I have to get it back. Yes. The driver nodded. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yin sneered. He sat on the sofa. Usually, the noisy DJ in the bar was the atmosphere he liked the most. At this moment, he felt vexed for no reason. Father-in-law said that Li Changxing dared to talk tough to him. Looks like he's nothing much today. That Qi Xian, on the other hand, looks sickly and gives off a gloomy and cold feeling. No wonder he's the son of sick tiger Qi Yu. However, I, Gao Yin, have done something big today. I've smashed Qi Yu's son's car, and then I've smashed the villa. I wonder if Chi Yu's son, who said that like father, like son, will be so scared that he'll lose control of his bowels tomorrow. Thinking of this, Gao Yin's mood improved again. Then, he pulled the girl, who was serving him tea, into his arms. She was a little fearful at the side. She was in charge of serving him tea. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the lights in the villa were off. Li Chongqing had already gone to bed. Outside the villa, several shadows appeared sneakily. They split into several directions, holding tools in their hand. Some of them jumped over the wall into the villa, while others rushed straight to the Rolls-Royce parked there. Qi Xian stood on the window on the second floor, looking down at the movement below with the help of the moonlight. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Just as a shadow raised the fire axe in his hand and was about to smash the Rolls-Royce's window, his raised hand suddenly stopped in midair, and a hard object was pressed against his head. It wasn't just the one who raised the fire axe. The other people around him also raised their hands, their legs trembling. The cold muzzle was aimed at them. Almost without making a sound, these people were driven to a corner of the villa. Then, a bald man appeared and made a hand gesture. These burly men who had sneaked in the middle of the night collapsed one by one in the courtyard of the villa. Their mouths were wrapped with tape, and they whimpered, but it didn't affect the rest of the people in the villa. Blood flowed from their wrists, and they seemed to have no strength left. Not long after, the bald, middle-aged man next to Qi Xian on the second floor appeared silently. He cupped his hands and said, "Young master, everyone's hands are crippled. Even if they are cured in the future, they won't be able to lift heavy things. Well done. Don't disturb Mr. Li's rest." Qi Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Qi Yu, the sickly tiger of the northwest, hadn't shown his edge for too many years. So many people thought that the Qi family was done for. Today, whether it was for Li Chongqing or for the Qi family's reputation, Qi Xian would do this. Of course, if it weren't for Li Chongqing's restraint, perhaps it wouldn't only be these 20 to 30 people who sneaked in, but the entire Chen and Shin families would have their tendons broken. Chapter 367. Today, Gao Yin put on a show of hiding a dagger in a smile at the bar, but few people knew that Qi Xian, the son of sick tiger Qi Yu, was the master of hiding a dagger in a smile. "Is the trouble solved?" A faint voice sounded in Qi Xian's ear. Qi Xian turned around and saw that Li Chongqing had appeared behind him without him noticing. He lit a cigarette and tossed one to Qi Xian. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looking at the night sky outside, Li Chongqing didn't take another look at the black-clothed men who were thrown into the corner and constantly struggling. "Yes, sir. I didn't dare to disturb you because I was afraid of disturbing your rest," Qi Xian replied respectfully. After what happened last time, he understood that his father's respect for the young man in front of him was completely reasonable. Even now, when he saw Li Chongqing, he was sincerely in awe. After finishing the cigarette, Li Chongqing put it out and threw it into the trash can next to him. He took out his phone and dialed. The name shown on the phone was Gao Yin. It was the contact number they left with each other when they left the nightclub. He didn't expect to use it so soon. "Hello?" A somewhat lazy voice came from the phone. Li Chongqing showed some sarcasm at the corner of his mouth, but his tone was very sincere. "Mr. Gao? Just now, a few bugs ran into the yard of my villa and were caught by my security. I didn't expect the security in Ning City to be so bad. You see, I wanted to report it, but I feel that I'm not familiar with Ning City and it won't be good if I offend some expert. I wanted to call you. Don't you have a lot of connections in Ning City? How about you help me deal with it?" On the other end of the phone, Gao Yin wasn't sleepy at all. He had been sitting on the sofa at home, waiting for the news. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. He didn't expect that Li Chongqing would call him in the end. "Okay, don't worry about it. Let me handle it." Gao Yin patted his chest and promised. "Then I'll have to trouble you, brother Gao. Not at all. We hit it off as soon as we met. It's just a small matter. Oh right, do you need your brother Gao to help you find out who ordered this? He has no respect for the law. Since he dared to touch my brother, he must pay the price. Li Chongqing chuckled and said, "Forget it. I'm new here. It's better to keep a low profile. What if President Gao is also involved in the investigation? Wouldn't that be troublesome?" On the other end of the phone, Gao Yin's heart skipped a beat. They were all old foxes. Since Li Chongqing said such words, it meant that he already knew that it was him who did it. However, since Li Chongqing said these words in a joking tone and did not intend to shed all pretenses of cordiality, he naturally had to continue pretending. "Haha. Brother Li, you really know how to joke. In that case, I'll send someone to bring those people back and then deal with them." After saying that, he hung up the phone. After hanging up, Gao Yin's face was completely gloomy. He did not expect that his performance was so real that the other party actually noticed it and the people he sent fell into the other party's hands. It seems that this Li Chongqing really has some skills. However, he's just a little smart. If something like this happened to me, he would definitely not call the other party. Instead, he would take advantage of the other party's inability to react and make a surprise attack. He called me like this to warn me. It also shows that the other party has a guilty conscience. Thinking of this, Gao Yin could not help but curl his lips. He took out his phone and dialed again. "Hello? Brother He, find me a few good swordsmen immediately. Those who dare to use underhanded methods. I want to use them tomorrow to get rid of a person." After hanging up the phone, Gao Yin lit a cigarette. "Reckless boy, you still want to fight with your brother Gao. You really overestimate yourself. Tomorrow, there will be a nameless corpse in the river of Ning City. I don't dare to touch Qi Xian, but do you think I don't dare to touch you?" Gao Yin muttered to himself. However, as soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang and the door was kicked open. A bald man and a few black shadows rushed in. "Who are you people?" Gao Yin was just about to reach for the pistol hidden in the coffee table, but before he could bend down, a long knife with cold light was placed on his neck. "Aren't you looking for a swordsman who knows how to use a knife? My brothers are good at using knives. I guarantee that they can easily cut your throat and you won't be able to make a sound. Do you believe it?" The bald man cracked open his mouth and laughed. The eyes of the others were full of ferocity. "Put this on and come with us." The bald man directly threw a black hood in front of Gao Yin. He did not dare to move and obediently put the black hood on his head. Then, he was taken out of the villa. From the beginning to the end, the bodyguards that Gao Yin hired with a lot of money did not react at all. They had already fainted on the ground. The next morning, in the villa. This Gao Yin is Qin Mushing's son-in-law. He started out as a gangster and is involved in many secrets of the Mu Sin group. He is deeply trusted by Qin Mushing. I checked yesterday. If we want to deal with the Mu Sin group, we have to open a hole through Gao Yin. Zhao Quan stood in front of Li Chongqing and Qi Xian and reported the results of his investigation. It seems that it was a wise move to arrest Gao Yin yesterday. Li Chongqing smiled and then ordered Zhao Quan, "Pry open Gao Yin's mouth as soon as possible and ask him about the shady business of the Mu Sin group." After that, he looked at Qi Xian. "You can continue to let your team plan the project. I have a hunch that the Mu Sin group will soon kneel down and beg to cooperate with us. However, it will definitely be impossible to double the dividends. It will be good enough to give the Qi family some soup to drink." "Okay." Qi Xian nodded. He believed Li Chongqing's words without a doubt. On the contrary, Zhao Quan's face showed some dissatisfaction. In the past few days of contact, he did not find anything special about Li Chongqing. However, Qi Yu always expressed that he wanted him to listen to Li Chongqing's orders and work for Li Chongqing in the future. He even hinted several times that Li Chongqing would be his new master in the future. This was actually Qi Yu's intention. Su Xiaolin gave Li Chongqing the Zhenke group. As Li Chongqing's subordinate, Qi Yu had always wanted to show filial piety to Li Chongqing. After taking down the Shen family, Ning City was the gift Qi Yu wanted to give to Li Chongqing. Qi Yu's person in charge in Ning City was naturally sent to Li Chongqing's subordinates. Such a decision made Zhao Quan feel a little uncomfortable. He had no complaints about working for his young master. However, a guy in his 20s who looked harmless was above him and ordered him around just because of Qi Xian's casual words. How could he be willing? Although he was unwilling in his heart, he did not say anything. Instead, he left the villa directly to carry out Li Chongqing's orders. After all, he was just a dog of the Qi family. Chapter 368. Sir, Zhao Quan is arrogant and unruly. Back then, my father personally took action to subdue him. Now that he's showing some attitude, do you want me to knock some sense into him? Qi Xian was afraid that Zhao Quan would accidentally make Li Chongqing unhappy. Li Chongqing waved his hand. No need. He's your Qi family's subordinate. Now that you want him to work for me, it's normal for him to feel uncomfortable. Since he's my subordinate in the future, I'll knock some sense into him. I understand. Qi Xian nodded and began to make calls to arrange the Qi family's team to arrange things in Ning City. Not long after, the phone in the room rang. It's Zhao Quan. Although Gao Yin was arrested, he's very stubborn. Zhao Quan's subordinates can't do anything to him. The Mu Xin group has also reacted and is looking for Gao Yin's whereabouts in the city. Where's Zhao Quan? I'll go and find him. After Li Chongqing finished speaking, he asked Qi Xian to arrange a driver and rushed to where Zhao Quan was. Zhao Quan was drinking tea with 3 middle-aged men. When he saw Li Chongqing coming over, he hurriedly got up to greet him. As soon as he saw Li Chongqing, Zhao Quan poured out his grievances. Mr. Li, that Gao Yin was born as a gangster. He's very stubborn. Not only did we not get any information from him after we arrested him, he even asked us for 100 million. Otherwise, he won't let us off. Ning City is the world of the Mu Xin group's Chen family. Chen Mushing has sent many people to look for Gao Yin's whereabouts. I'm afraid he won't be able to hide for long. Zhao Quan frowned, his face filled with anxiety. Where is Gao Yin locked up? Send one of your men to take me there. I'll see how troublesome it is. Okay. Zhao Quan nodded. He immediately gave a look to the driver next to him. The driver then took Li Chongqing out of the tea house and sat in Zhao Quan's Rolls-Royce, heading out of the suburbs. After Li Chongqing left, Zhao Quan sat down with a cold smile on his face. The middle-aged man next to him said, CEO Zhao, the one in charge of guarding Gao Yin is that rascal Huang Manlu. Apart from you, CEO Zhao, Huang Manlu has looked down on everyone else all these years. If Li Chongqing goes and he disrespects Li Chongqing, how will we explain it to first young Master Qi? Hearing the other party's words, Zhao Quan sneered coldly. I want him to be disrespectful to Li Chongqing. I want to see what's so great about this Li Chongqing that Qi Xiao would be so respectful to him. If he can't even deal with Huang Manlu, then we don't have to deal with the Shin family and Mu Xin group at all. We can just put on a show. If he really has the ability, we'll work for him again. All right, I understand. The other 3 middle-aged men nodded. Indeed, they had all killed their way out of Ning City to achieve what they had today. Qi Xian was fine. After all, he was Qi Yu's son and had extraordinary ability. However, Li Chongqing, a stranger who suddenly appeared, was nothing. It wasn't that easy to make them lower their heads and be dogs. Sitting in the chauffeur's car, they arrived at the entrance of a courtyard in the suburbs. A few strong men were standing at the entrance. When Li Chongqing got out of the car, his path was blocked instantly. The chauffeur was Zhao Quan's trusted aide. At this moment, he said angrily, "Don't you recognize this license plate? Or do you not recognize me? Mr. Li is CEO Zhao's distinguished guest. Get out of the way." Indeed, if Li Changxing had come alone, these people wouldn't give him face and wouldn't let him in. However, the chauffeur had brought Li Changxing here. As Zhao Quan's subordinates, how could they not recognize this Rolls-Royce? Besides, the chauffeur was Zhao Quan's trusted aide. Unexpectedly, after hearing the chauffeur's words, the strong man blocking the way shook his head. "Since you're here, we naturally wouldn't dare to make things difficult for you. However, this is our boss Huang's idea." Huang Manlu? The chauffeur couldn't help but frown when he heard this name. CEO Zhao should have called him in advance. "Go in and report that CEO Zhao's people are here." "Okay." The strong man nodded and gave a look to his companion next to him. His companion opened the door and walked in. Li Changxing wasn't in a hurry. He lit a cigarette and leaned against the car door to smoke silently. Time passed by slowly. He had finished smoking the cigarette, but the other party still hadn't come out. Li Changxing's face had become gloomy. The chauffeur hurriedly asked the strong man, "Why hasn't Huang Manlu come out yet? He's made Mr. Li wait here for almost half an hour. Does he still have any respect for CEO Zhao?" The strong man was also a little embarrassed. This chauffeur was Zhao Quan's subordinate. He didn't dare to offend him too much. "I'll urge him again." With that, he also walked in. Another 10 minutes passed in this manner. "Mr. Li." The chauffeur's face was also a little ugly. Even a fool could tell that this was intentional. "Do you want to show me who's boss?" Li Changxing sneered. He stepped forward and kicked the iron door. Crack! The locked iron door was kicked open by Li Changxing. The chauffeur next to him was stunned. He thought to himself, "This Mr. Li looks weak. I didn't expect him to be so strong." However, at the moment when the door was kicked open, a Mitsubishi off-road vehicle rushed out from inside and directly crashed into Li Changxing. Rumble! The ear-piercing roar of the car resounded through the sky. The Mitsubishi off-road vehicle was obviously modified. It rushed out of the gate with a cloud of smoke and dust. It was very fast and had no intention of stopping at all. The chauffeur who came with Li Changxing was already pale with fright. "Mr. Li, get out of the way." The strong men who were in charge of standing guard around were also dumbfounded. Only Li Changxing stood quietly at the gate, looking straight at the rampaging off-road vehicle. 10 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters, the off-road vehicle was very fast. It seemed that it was going to hit Li Changxing directly. However, Li Changxing still stood there quietly. His face was calm, as if he completely ignored the off-road vehicle. Crack! The screeching of the brakes. The Mitsubishi off-road vehicle stopped a fist's distance away from Li Changxing's body. In an instant, as the vehicle's engine was turned off, the surroundings fell into silence. The door opened and a thin young man came out. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Changxing with some surprise. He laughed and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't see you just now. You were scared and didn't even know how to dodge." The other party had an evil smile on his face. He was not embarrassed at all. "You did it on purpose." Li Changxing looked at him coldly. "Where is Gao Yin? Take me to him." "Gao Yin is in this yard, but I can't take you in directly. You said that you were sent by President Zhao. How can you prove your identity? If you are from the Shen family or the Mu Sun group, wouldn't you have rescued him?" After the other party finished speaking, he looked at Li Changxing with a faint smile. It was obvious that he deliberately wanted to embarrass Li Changxing. Chapter 369. Do you want me to give Manager Zhao a call? Li Changxing opened his mouth. Unexpectedly, the other party shook his head. "Calling doesn't count unless you go back and ask Manager Zhao to come here." I think you're deliberately looking for trouble, right? Li Changxing's face turned cold. The man smiled and lit a cigarette for himself. Moreover, he was looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle. His sloppy appearance seemed to have completely ignored Li Changxing. The surrounding brawny men also showed a mocking look in their eyes. They knew their boss very well. In fact, they had already received Zhao Quan's order to do this. They wanted to cut down Li Changxing's prestige and make this guy, who was trying to climb on their neck, retreat. If Li Changxing went back to ask Zhao Quan, he would be considered to have lost. If he can't even deal with a small minion, how can he be qualified to be Zhao Quan's boss? Everyone had a playful look on their face, but they saw Li Changxing suddenly move. He took a step forward and kicked Huang Manlu's lower abdomen. Huang Manlu, who was 1.7 meters tall, looked as if he had been hit by a high-speed train. He let out a blood-curdling scream and flew back 5 or 6 meters before landing on the ground. You fucking dare to hit me? After falling to the ground, Huang Manlu endured the pain in his abdomen and climbed up. He reached out his hand and pulled out a dagger from his waist. But before he could rush forward, he heard a bang sound. Li Changxing kicked the tire of the Mitsubishi off-road vehicle. The tire was destroyed by a single kick. This was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that the off-road vehicle, which weighed several tons, was directly moved back more than 2 meters by this kick. The group of brawny men, who were originally standing on both sides of the road, couldn't help but tremble in fear. Their eyes widened. Huang Manlu, who was holding the dagger, was instantly covered in cold sweat. If this kind of terrifying power was used on a person, it could probably directly kick that person to death. If that was the case, that kick had been merciful. Huang Manlu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, but no matter what, he did not dare to rush forward. The burly men reacted with surprise in their eyes. This was how the world worked. Strength reigned supreme. Whether it was one's combat ability or a huge background, as long as one was strong enough, they would be respected. Slap yourself 50 times, or I'll cripple you like this tire. Li Changxing said coldly. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. He had originally intended to knock some sense into Zhao Quan, and this Huang Manlu was a very good opportunity. Presumably, this scene would soon reach Zhao Quan's ears. With Zhao Quan's intelligence, he should know what to do. Hearing Li Changxing's words, Huang Manlu still had some hesitation on his face. To slap himself in the face in front of so many subordinates, he would lose all face. However, Li Changxing did not give him much time to think. While he was hesitating, Li Changxing had already taken a step forward and appeared in front of him in an instant. Then, he stepped on his chest and stomped him to the ground. Seems like you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? After saying that, without waiting for Huang Manlu to beg for mercy, he lifted his foot and kicked his head. Bang! A dull sound rang out. The surrounding burly men could not help but cover their eyes. The scene of Li Changxing kicking the tire was still replaying in their minds. That kick would have crushed a person's head. However, Li Changxing still held back. They saw Huang Manlu spinning on the spot from the kick, and then his head directly hit the wall beside him. After blood flowed out, his head softly drooped down. The burly men carefully opened their eyes, but they did not see the horrifying scene of a head being crushed. However, when they saw Huang Manlu lying there motionless, their faces were filled with fear. Could it be that this usually arrogant boss had been kicked to death by this young man in front of them? Even the driver was so scared that his hands trembled. Today, not only did he have the task of sending Li Changxing here, but he also had the task of reporting everything he saw to President Zhao. However, this fellow was simply too ferocious. Don't worry, he's not dead. Carry him out for me. After saying that, he chose someone from the crowd and said, You, take me in to see President Gao. Hearing Li Changxing's words, the other party hurriedly nodded and did not dare to have any objections. This young man was too cruel, and could not be provoked at all. Walking into the courtyard, there was a well-decorated two-story building. When he opened the door, he did not see Gao Yin. The man next to him hurriedly pointed to the inner room. Walking inside, there was a basement. Li Chongqing asked the man to open the anti-theft door. The air inside was slightly damp. However, the moment the door was opened, he saw that the basement was very clean. Gao Yin was sitting on the sofa in the basement. In front of him was a coffee table. On the coffee table were rows of beer bottles and a half-eaten roast chicken. President Gao's treatment is not bad. Li Chongqing smiled slightly, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. The man next to him hurriedly explained, "The other party is stubborn. Plus, he could be rescued at any time, so no one dares to torture him." Li Chongqing nodded, then pulled a stool and sat down opposite the other party. After Gao Yin saw Li Chongqing, he sneered and crossed his legs. His legs kept shaking. "So it's you. I didn't expect you to be so bold. Don't think that you're really powerful just because you have Qi Yu backing you. Don't forget that this is Ning City. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. If you lock me up today, you'll pay 100 times the price tomorrow." The other party was locked up here, but he did not panic at all. Instead, he was very arrogant. Without waiting for Li Chongqing to say anything, he threatened Li Chongqing in advance. He was confident, and unscrupulous. This was Li Chongqing's first impression of Gao Yin when he saw Li Chongqing. They were still calling each other brothers in the bar yesterday, but in the blink of an eye, they were at daggers drawn. Li Chongqing couldn't help but sigh at the guy in front of him. His acting skills were really superb. Gao Yin, the son-in-law of the Mu Sin Group's chairman, Chen Mushing. He came from a poor background, but it took him only 5 years to become a member of Ning City's upper class. He is known for his insidious, vicious, and daring. Li Chongqing took out his phone. There was information about Gao Yin on it. "It seems that your investigation is very thorough. Since you know me well, I won't make any more introductions. Take out 100 million and let me go, and I'll pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, I can guarantee that in less than 3 days, the people of the Mu Sin Group will know that you're the one behind this. At that time, you'll have to bear Chen Mushing's anger. Also, don't try to kill me. First of all, I'm not afraid. Second, you can't bear the consequences." After saying that, Gao Yin tore off a drumstick from the table and put it in her mouth to chew. His other hand picked up the wine bottle and drank a few mouthfuls from time to time. He ate very happily. Even the driver standing behind Li Chongqing couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It seemed that he was sure that Li Chongqing wouldn't dare to touch him. After he finished eating the chicken leg, he casually threw it. The chicken leg bone just happened to fall on Li Chongqing's foot. Suddenly, the driver's face showed a bit of anger. Gao Yin looked at Li Chongqing with a provocative face. It was obvious that he did it deliberately. Chapter 370. Li Chongqing smiled and did not speak. Instead, he bent down and gently swept the drumstick bones to the side. Then, he took 2 napkins from the table and wiped his fingers. Then, he looked at Gao Yin with a smile. "Kid, you don't have to look at me like that. Anyway, you don't dare to touch me. You'd better consider my request." Gao Yin curled his lips, his face was full of ridicule. "Is that so?" Li Chongqing shook his head. From the beginning to the end, a smile hung on his face. He slowly stood up and then bent down to grab the support leg of the glass coffee table. With a great effort, he lifted the coffee table with one hand and then directly smashed it on Gao Yin's head. Kacha! The tempered glass shattered. Gao Yin subconsciously raised his arm to block, but his whole body was smashed directly to the ground, constantly twitching. His arm hung limply by his side. It was obvious that his bones had been broken. The loud noise made the driver and the burly man who had just entered the car tremble in fear. His subordinates who were waiting outside also rushed into the room. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were dumbstruck and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. How much strength did he have to be able to lift the coffee table? Moreover, such a heavy coffee table smashed on a person's body. This was too ruthless. Everyone looked at Li Chongqing with fear in their eyes. Previously, it was Huang Manlu. Now, it was Gao Yin. It seemed that whoever offended this young man had a miserable end. How about it? Now, can you speak to me with a proper attitude? Li Chongqing grabbed Gao Yin's collar, lifted him from the ground, and threw him on the sofa. Gao Yin's whole face was distorted. His forehead was covered with blood. His arm was twisted at a strange angle. His body was twitching in pain. He looked at Li Chongqing as if he was looking at a devil. Human, you always refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I originally wanted to reason with you, but you forced me to use my fist. Li Chongqing sat down on the folding stool again with a playful smile on his face. Don't think too highly of yourself just because you're Chen Muxing's son-in-law. Don't use your shameless ruffian side to deal with me. It's useless even if I tell you. This is my territory now. I can do whatever I want to you. As he spoke, Li Chongqing signaled his subordinates to clean up the glass shards in front of him. He filled a jug of water from the nearby water dispenser and poured it over Gao Yin's head. Ah! Gao Yinfa cried out in pain, but at the same time, he became much more clear-headed. His eyes were still filled with fear. Tell me, you've been in charge of the Mu Sin group all these years. Is there anything shameful about it? Tell me in detail. I know you very well. You don't completely trust your father-in-law. You must have something on him. Tell me, where is it? Li Chongqing finished speaking. Although his face was filled with fear, he still didn't speak. It seems that you're playing with me. Silence is golden. Don't think that your father-in-law can save you, and don't think that I can't do anything to you. After that, he ordered his subordinates behind him, find a rope and tie him up. Several strong men didn't dare to disobey Li Chongqing's order. They went up and tied Gao Yin up. Find me a knife outside, a sharper one. Hearing Li Chongqing's words, the driver couldn't help but remind him, Mr. Li, this Gao Yin can't die. Indeed, before coming here, Zhao Quan had already told the driver that if Gao Yin died, it would definitely be a big deal. I don't need you to tell me what to do, Li Chongqing coldly replied. The driver immediately shrunk his neck. If it was before, he would definitely use Zhao Quan to warn Li Chongqing. But now, he didn't dare to do so. This young man was too cruel and ferocious. Soon, the strong man came in with a sharp knife and was about to hand it to Li Chongqing. However, Li Chongqing waved his hand. I said, just do it. As he spoke, he pointed to the other two strong men. Take off this Mr. Gao's pants. What are you going to do? Gao Yin, who had been sneering at Li Chongqing, finally couldn't help but ask. Nothing. I heard that you and your beautiful wife are very loving. As Chen Muxing's son-in-law, I just want to know, if I perform a small operation on your lower part, I don't know if you, the son-in-law of the Chen family, will still be valued by your father-in-law. Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Gao Yin's face instantly became extremely ugly. He was really frightened. Because of his identity as Chen Muxing's son-in-law, he was able to have his current glory and wealth. But if what Li Chongqing said was true, even if he returned to Chen Muxing's side, he was afraid that he would not have his current status. Moreover, if a man lost his lower part, wouldn't he be better off dead? Good. You're ruthless. I'll tell you. Gao Yin sighed and lowered his head. Even if he was unyielding and loyal to Chen Muxing, he couldn't stand Li Chongqing's threat. The Mu Sin Group's method of making a fortune is not honorable. Until now, there are still many shady businesses. I've hidden this information in the Repulse Bay Villa, under the floor tiles behind the TV cabinet. That floor is empty. It contains all the information of the Mu Sin group. In addition, there is a USB flash drive in the armrest of my car, as well as a copy of the information. After that, his whole body seemed to be drained of energy. He closed his eyes and no longer spoke. Good, I'll immediately send someone to get it. If it's really there, I'll immediately let you go. If you dare to lie, I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be a palace steward. After that, Li Chongqing got up and walked out of the house. He called Zhao Quan and asked him to send someone to get it. When he walked into the courtyard, he saw that Huang Manlu had already woken up. He was leaning against the wall of the courtyard with a cigarette in his mouth. Next to him were several subordinates taking care of him. When they saw Li Chongqing come out, the cigarette in their mouths suddenly fell to the ground. Just as they were about to say something, they heard Li Chongqing's faint voice. 50 slaps. If you miss one, I'll cripple you. After that, he walked out of the courtyard without looking back. Then, the sound of slaps resounded in the courtyard. Zhao Quan's most arrogant subordinate was scared out of his wits by Li Chongqing. In fact, it wasn't just him. Everyone at the scene couldn't help but tremble as long as the 3 words, Li Chongqing, were mentioned in the years to come. In the tea house, Zhao Quan was talking and laughing with his 3 companions. After receiving Li Chongqing's call, he wanted to say something, but the other side had already hung up the phone. However, the expression on his face had already become stiff. After 5 or 6 minutes of silence, he let out a long sigh and said, "It seems that I underestimated this, Mr. Li." At this time, the other 3 people saw Zhao Quan's abnormality and were puzzled. Not only did he deal with Huang Manlu, but he also got useful information from Gao Yin. This time, not only the Mu Sin group, but also the Shen family is finished. Chapter 371. Help me arrange a meeting with Chen Mushing. Li Chongqing directly called Qi Xian. 20 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce appeared in the suburbs and directly drove Li Chongqing to the destination. This time, they came to the same 5-star hotel. Zhao Quan had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. When he saw Li Chongqing, he hurriedly showed a respectful expression. After Li Chongqing hung up the phone, he quickly learned the ins and outs of the whole incident from the driver. While he was shocked by Li Chongqing's strength, he also had a deeper impression of Li Chongqing's ruthlessness and decisiveness. Only then did he know that this seemingly ordinary and always smiling young man was the real ruthless person. Not long after Li Chongqing and the other 2 entered the hotel, Chen Mushing and his companions finally arrived. As soon as he entered the door, Chen Mushing's face turned ugly. His son-in-law's disappearance made him very angry. He sat down opposite Li Chongqing and said with a sullen face, "I don't know why you asked me to come here, but I'm telling you very clearly now that you want me to give up my investment in the Shen family and invest in your project? Don't even think about it. Also, I've already told the Shen family about your plan to deal with the Shen family. So, I advise you to stop scheming against me. You should spend more time thinking about how to face the Shen family's wrath." With that, he got up to leave. "If you walk out of this room now, you'll regret it tomorrow." Li Chongqing's faint voice sounded, making Chen Mushing stop abruptly. "Are you threatening me?" Chen Mushing's voice was a little cold. "Kind of." Li Chongqing didn't deny it, but threw a document directly on the table. "Chairman Chen, you can take a look at the content here, and then consider whether to cooperate with me. I'd like to see what tricks you're playing." Chen Mushing finally picked up the document on the table. But when he saw the first page, his face changed drastically. He turned to the second page, the third page, and the speed of turning the pages became faster and faster. When he finished flipping through the whole set of documents, his hands began to tremble. He looked at Li Chongqing in a daze. How did you get these things?" "It doesn't matter how I got it. What's important is that Chairman Chen now has an answer in his heart." Work with me, or the Chen family's building will collapse. After Li Chongqing finished speaking, he placed his hands on his knees and quietly looked at Chen Mushing. Chen Mushing felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out. He slumped down on the sofa. He nodded and said, "If I lose, I will immediately withdraw my investment in the Shin family and transfer it to your project." He took a deep breath and calmed himself down a little. "Then, are we still going according to what we said before? The project's dividends will be double what the Shin family gave me?" He. Li Chongqing shook his head. "Of course not. Double was the price that day. Now I can only give you 1/10 of what the Shin family gave you. Aren't you going too far?" Anger appeared on Chen Mushing's face. "You can choose not to cooperate with me. You can leave as long as you have the courage." Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Chen Mushing finally lowered his head. He knew that he didn't have the courage because walking out meant that the Chen family would be completely destroyed. At this moment, in the principal's office of Qingzhou University, Shen Donghai was looking down at several documents with a cigar in his mouth. In the office, the vice president was reporting something. "Old Shen, just now there was news from Ning City. Chen Mushing and Li Chongqing met again. It seems that they have reached some kind of agreement. The Mu Sin Group's investment in the Chen family will be withdrawn and will be invested in another project." "What?" Shen Donghai suddenly raised his head and the documents in his hand fell on the table. But soon the shocked expression in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a playful expression. "Is that so? The Mu Sin Group and my Shin family have been friends for decades. What's more, the Shin family's real estate investment has brought great returns to the Mu Sin Group. How can he turn around and change sides? I'm afraid this is just a smokescreen that Li Chongqing deliberately released. His real purpose is to pressure me and trick me into withdrawing the punishment on Wu Xiaowan and the other students. He underestimates me too much." This, hearing Shen Donghai's words, Vice President Yang also had doubts on his face. "I'll call again and ask." With that, Vice President Yang made another call. After hanging up, he was completely stunned. "Old Shin, according to our news in Ning City, I'm afraid that the Mu Sin Group will really withdraw their investment." "Enough." Shen Donghai impatiently interrupted Vice President Yang. "Vice President Yang, I asked you to be in charge of some of my relationships in Ning City because I value and nurture you. You have disappointed me. You have no judgment at all. The Mu Sin Group is a big company, and my Shin family has a lot of power in Ning City. How can a small Li Chongqing shake us? Do you believe that a young man in his 20s has the strength to destroy the alliance between our two families? Please think about it when you get the information in the future. What you hear may not be true. Do you understand?" Shen Donghai shook his head in disappointment. "But old Shen, Li Chongqing's background is not ordinary. It is very likely that he has something on the Mu Sin Group." "Enough." Shen Donghai frowned. "You can leave. I don't think you are suitable to help me deal with these relationships. I have promoted you in vain. If you are still a loser, I think you should retire early." After driving Vice President Yang out, Shen Donghai shook his head. "Li Chongqing came to Ning City to deal with me. He should take a piss and look at himself in the mirror. I only wanted to expel you. It seems that I have to teach you the meaning of a mantis trying to stop a chariot." After that, Shen Donghai suddenly leaned on the chair and held his head with both hands. The chair spun back and forth. He looked at the ceiling and sighed. "It is good to have power. I can expel whoever I want." As long as his uncle in the Shen family could hold the power firmly, and with the help of the relationship with the young master of the Wang family, it would not be difficult to be promoted in 3 years. He had to thank Li Chongqing. If he had not offended the Wang family, he would not have had the chance to ride on the Wang family's coattails. Vice President Yang was driven out of the office. He could not help but sigh. In Ning City, in addition to some things that Shun Donghai asked him to deal with, he also had his own channels. In order to confirm the authenticity of the news, he called some of his connections in Ning City. In the end, the result was that the Mu Sun Group was really ready to withdraw their investment. Li Chongqing has such great power. Fortunately, I did not have a direct conflict with him. Last time, I asked Lei Ming to test Li Chongqing. Lei Ming said that this Li Chongqing was not ordinary. Shun Donghai is living in his own sweet dream and does not know that the crisis is coming. I have no need to be buried with him. Thinking of this, Vice President Yang seemed to have made up his mind. Then, he dialed a phone. Hello? Director Jiang? Yes, I want to report the personal style of Shun Donghai, the president of Qingzhou University. Yes, I want to report. Chapter 372. Destroy the Shun family in 3 days. When Li Chongqing first proposed this time limit, Qi Xian, Zhao Quan, and several of his people who came to greet Li Chongqing felt that it was very unrealistic. However, just 2 days later, everything had undergone earth-shaking changes. The Mu Sun Group withdrew its investment, and the Shun family's capital chain broke, falling into a crisis. The whole Ning city suddenly changed. Zhao Quan did not expect this, and neither did Qi Xian. Chen Mushring and several of his companions, who were hostile to Li Chongqing at the beginning, did not expect this at all. At this moment, the Shun family had completely fallen into madness. When they learned that the Mu Sun Group had terminated their cooperation with them, they tried to obtain funds through other channels, but suddenly found that they were abandoned by the whole world. No matter which credit company or investment group it was, as long as they heard the name of the Shun family, they would retreat as if they had seen the plague. And all this was because Qi Yu and Su Xiaolin had acted together. Although the two giants in the north were long-term operations in Ning City, they still easily made the Shun family fall into a situation of being besieged on all sides. In the face of tens of billions of debt, the Shun family's huge family machine was completely paralyzed, and the whole Shun family was like the end of the world. At this time, Li Chongqing took the initiative to meet the second-in-command of the Shun family, Shun Weidong. Shun Weidong was the second-in-command of the Shun family, but he was not a direct descendant of the Shun family. It was only because he was smart and capable, and his methods were strong, that he went from an unvalued small member to a famous big shot of the Shun family. Now he was the general manager of 3 companies of the Shun family, and his power was splendid. When Li Chongqing saw Shun Weidong, the other party was wearing a suit. He walked into the room, followed by several burly men, who looked at Li Chongqing with hostility. It was hard for anyone to have a good face when they saw the person who almost made their family bankrupt. I don't know why Mr. Li is looking for me? Shun Weidong asked in an unfriendly tone. He was also surprised by Li Chongqing's age. She had originally thought that the one who had caused the Shun family to fall into such a predicament would be a formidable character like Zhao Quan. However, she had not expected that it would be a young man who was not even 20 years old. If not for Zhao Quan, a well-known figure in Ning City, sitting next to Li Chongqing, he would have thought that he had entered the wrong room. I'm here today to give you wealth. Also, don't let your subordinates look at me like that. I don't like that kind of look. Li Chongqing said indifferently. It doesn't matter whether you like it or not. It's true that Li Chongqing is very powerful, but I, Shun Weidong, will not betray the Shun family. After saying that, he didn't even have the intention to sit down. He turned around and was about to leave. You're quite hot-tempered. Li Chongqing pursed his lips. He originally thought that the Shun family was in a predicament, and that Shun Dongwei would probably nod his head and bow to him in fear. Unexpectedly, not only was the other party not panicking at all, his attitude was unyielding. Mr. Shun, why are you in such a hurry to leave? We can have a good talk. Li Chongqing looked at the bodyguards next to him. 2 bodyguards stood at the door and blocked Shen Weidong's way. What? You want to be rough with me, Shen Weidong? Shen Weidong frowned. He raised his arm and slapped the bodyguard on the chin. The bodyguard took 2 steps back and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Shen Weidong showed his skills. He waved his hand and grabbed a chopstick on the table. He threw it directly at Li Chongqing's head. He was aiming at the position of 1 inch above Li Chongqing's head. He wanted to use this to scare Li Chongqing. However, at the moment when the chopstick was about to reach Li Chongqing grabbed the wine glass and threw it up. It hit the chopstick and deviated the angle of the chopstick. It shot at the position of the right rear. The chopstick directly pierced into the wall. Zhao Quan was so scared that his face turned pale. He never thought that a chopstick was as powerful as a crossbow arrow. However, Shen Weidong's eyes lit up. It turned out to be a kindred spirit. It seems that I underestimated you. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed out like an arrow, stepped on the table, and aimed a punch at Li Chongqing's chest. Li Chongqing dodged his attack with a sidestep. Shen Weidong's fighting spirit was aroused. After his punch missed, he immediately grabbed Li Chongqing's shoulder. Obviously, his skills had reached a higher level. He had the demeanor of a master. However, his opponent was Li Chongqing. When his palm fell on Shen Weidong's shoulder, Li Chongqing suddenly raised his hand. Shen Weidong suddenly flew out as if he was hit by a high-speed train. Crack! His body hit the door. The door made of solid wood was smashed into pieces. The 2 bodyguards who followed Shen Weidong were about to make a move. They saw Li Chongqing casually grabbed a pair of chopsticks. With a flick of his hand, the 2 chopsticks stabbed into the feet of the 2 bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. At this time, from the beginning of Shen Weidong's attack to the end, it was only a few seconds. Zhao Quan and the 2 bodyguards next to him were completely stunned. They never thought that Li Chongqing, at such a young age, would be so powerful. Suddenly, Li Chongqing's skill shocked the audience. Even after Shen Weidong got up from the ground, he completely lost his temper. Mr. Shen, can we sit down and have a good talk? Li Chongqing motioned to the 2 bodyguards next to him. The 2 bodyguards immediately pulled out the 2 men who were knocked to the ground by Li Chongqing's chopstick. Another waiter came up to clean up the messy room. Shen Weidong then sat down in bewilderment. Shen Weidong has been practicing martial arts for a long time. He thought his skills were good. But today, he was defeated by Li Chongqing. From the beginning to the end, he did not see through Li Chongqing's martial art. At this moment, Li Chongqing gave him an unfathomable feeling. What do you want to do? Shen Weidong was afraid of Li Chongqing. In his eyes, Li Chongqing was full of mystery. A person who could easily put the Shen family in danger and had such powerful martial art. Let's talk about the cooperation between the 2 of us. Cooperation? How? Shen Weidong remained vigilant. The Shen family is about to be destroyed by you, but you are hypocritically cooperating. You can't be thinking of helping the Shen family rise after destroying it, right? Shen Weidong's mouth showed some disdain. I destroyed the Shen family, but I just want to change the master of the Shen family. I think you know the current situation of the Shen family better than an outsider like me. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Shen family goes bankrupt. In the next few days, I will buy all the assets of the Shen family. By then, most of the Shen family will be driven out of the house and fall to the street. The more Shen Weidong listened, the stronger the anger in his eyes became. Originally, the Shen family was thriving as the #1 family in Ning City. Now, as Li Chongqing said, the wealth and glory would soon be a thing of the past. Shen Weidong had worked hard for so many years, but in the end it was all for nothing. I, Li Chongqing, don't like to beat around the bush. Shen Weidong, after I buy the Shen family, I need someone to take charge of the Shen family for me. Coincidentally, I chose you. Tell me, are you willing? If you nod, no matter how big the changes of the Shin family are, it will have nothing to do with you. You will just have a new master. If you are not willing, you can take your wife and children to the streets to beg for food. I will take special care of you. No one will give you money even if you beg for food. You! Shin Weidong didn't expect Li Chongqing to be so hateful. As a member of the Shin family, especially since the head of the Shin family groomed him, he couldn't get over himself to do such a thing. Seeing his hesitation, Li Chongqing showed some appreciation in his eyes. If it was a person who could betray his family easily, Li Chongqing wouldn't dare to use such a person. You are extremely loyal to the head of the Shin family, but have you ever thought that the person in your heart is actually your enemy? What do you mean? Shin Weidong's eyes showed confusion. Li Chongqing stretched out his hand and Zhao Quan handed him a document. Here is a document. It is the position transfer of the family members by the head of the Shin family. His ultimate goal is to remove you, the second in command, from the center of power and kick you out of the Shin family. You are so smart, but you still can't see the true face of the head of the Shin family. After saying that, Li Chongqing threw the document directly in front of Shin Weidong. Shin Weidong didn't believe it at first, but after picking up the document, his face became more and more ugly. When he finished reading it, he collapsed on the chair. How can it be? How can it be? After more than 10 minutes, he recovered. How is it? Can we have a good talk now? Li Chongqing had expected such a result. Chapter 373. Not long after Li Chongqing and Shin Weidong's conversation, there was news. The Shin family's businesses were all purchased by a mysterious figure, Mr. Li. At the same time, the second-in-command of the Shin family, Shin Weidong, had officially succeeded as the head of the Shin family. The original head of the Shin family had committed suicide due to his involvement in various criminal activities. When the news spread, the entire Peace City was in an uproar. Everyone who knew the inside story understood that Peace City had completely changed. The dignified Shin family had a change of master overnight. Everyone in Ning City was curious about who this Mr. Li was and how he could have such great power. Just when the entire Peace City was in an uproar and discussing animatedly, Li Chongqing had returned to the villa and was leisurely sipping tea with Qi Xian. I should return to Qingzhou tomorrow. Go back and tell your father that the matter with the Shin family is done well. Okay. Qi Xian nodded. If someone else spoke to him with such an attitude, he would definitely be angry. However, when these words came out of Li Chongqing's mouth, it sounded natural. At this moment, Zhao Quan walked in. Mr. Li, young Master Qi, the representatives of the major forces in Peace City have jointly organized a banquet tonight. They would like to meet you. After all, you are now the true ruler of Peace City. What do you think, Mr. Li? Indeed, the Shin family had changed owners. The Mu Sun group had also been subdued by Li Chongqing. In addition, the Qi family's businesses in Peace City had all been returned to Li Chongqing. Now Li Chongqing was truly the #1 person in Peace City. Since they want to meet me, I'm not a virgin who's afraid of meeting people. Let's meet them. I have something to tell them anyway. Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Zhao Quan immediately nodded. Then I'll inform them to hold the banquet tonight as scheduled. Go ahead. Li Chongqing nodded. Soon it was night time. A large cruise ship was quietly docked at the port of Peace City. Today's banquet was to be held on this cruise ship. Although this banquet was only held at the last minute, it gathered the leaders of all walks of life in Peace City. Almost all the members of the upper class were present. The number of people was beyond imagination. When Li Chongqing and Zhao Quan stepped onto the cruise ship together, they saw the dense crowd of people coming and going. They couldn't help but be secretly shocked by the scale of this banquet. On the deck of the cruise ship, Wang Yutong was wearing a light blue dress and silver high heels. She had a head of long black hair, a perfect oval face, and a slender figure. She had an enchanting charm. She had obviously specially dressed up today. She was slender and elegant, radiating radiance. Wang Yutong was very satisfied with the results of this trip to Peace City. Accompanying Wang Yutong to the banquet was her suitor, the eldest young master of the Yang family, Yang Ning. Today, Yang Ning was wearing a suit and looked high-spirited. Standing next to Wang Yutong, they looked like a perfect match. I heard that today's banquet is mainly for that Mr. Li. I wonder who this Mr. Li is, to actually be able to purchase the Shen family overnight? Wang Yutong asked curiously. I don't know what this Mr. Li looks like, but I heard that he's a very powerful character. Yang Ning whispered mysteriously, Yutong, you still don't know. My uncle is the current head of the Shen family, Shen Weidong. Although this Mr. Li is famous in Peace City now, if he wants to manage the Shen family well, he still has to rely on my uncle. Wang Yutong's eyes were filled with surprise. So your uncle is actually the current head of the Shen family, Shen Weidong. If the turmoil in Peace City this time had helped anyone, it would undoubtedly be the newly risen mysterious Mr. Li. The other person was the second in command of the Shen family, Shen Weidong. In the past, Shen Weidong had taken control of the 3 companies of the Shen family, which was already envied by many. Now that Li Changxing had placed all the power in his hands, he was truly second only to one person in all of the Shen family's businesses. The Shen family is a big shot in the real estate industry. For today's banquet, Shen Weidong will definitely appear. Don't forget to introduce him to me. Wang Yutong's gaze towards Yang Ning changed. In the past, she only knew that he was the eldest young master of the Yang family. She didn't expect him to be related to the Shen family. Of course. Yang Ning patted his chest and promised. By the way, a few of my friends from Peace City will be here in a while. Let's get to know each other. As they were talking, a group of people soon came over. Young Master Yang, I was wondering why you didn't come with us. So it's because you have a beauty to accompany you. That's right, young Master Yang. You're not a good brother. Once you have a beauty, you leave your brothers behind. These people were all Yang Ning's friends in Peace City. Wang Yutong was particularly generous at this time. She greeted and got to know them one by one. Soon, everyone became familiar with each other. Let's go. The banquet is about to start. Let's not delay the fun. Yang Ning put his arm around Wang Yutong's shoulder naturally. Surprisingly, Wang Yutong didn't dodge him today. This made his eyes light up. It seemed that because of his uncle, Shen Weidong, Wang Yutong had a new level of respect for him. At this moment, Wang Yutong suddenly pointed in a direction in front and said, "Look, it's the guy we met on the plane the other day." Yang Ning looked up and saw Li Changxing standing on the deck with his hands in his pockets, enjoying the sea breeze. It's really him. Yang Ning's lips curled into a playful smile. Why? Do you know him, young Master Yang? A young man next to him was puzzled. There was a little unpleasantness on the plane, but the other party seems to have some background in Peace City. When Yang Ning finished speaking, the young man immediately smirked. In Peace City, no matter how big the background is, can it be bigger than Mr. Shen Weidong? How dare he offend young Master Yang? I'll go over and teach him a lesson. With that, he walked directly to where Li Changxing was. Li Changxing was looking at the sea in the night, bored. Zhao Quan and Qi Xian were chatting with a few big shots in Peace City. Li Changxing didn't like that kind of atmosphere and came out to take a breather. Hello? Friend, do you have a cigarette? Lend me one. A slightly light voice sounded. Li Changxing turned his head and saw a young man in a suit looking at him with a smile. He took out a cigarette and handed it to the other party. The other party took the cigarette and sniffed it. Then, he threw it on the ground with a look of disgust. Why is there a stench in this cigarette? He even made a vomiting gesture and looked at Li Chongqing. "Don't tell me it's stained with your scent?" Li Chongqing frowned instantly. The other party's eyes were obviously mocking him. He was deliberately looking for trouble. "I don't think we know each other?" Li Chongqing's voice was a little colder. "Yeah, we didn't know each other in the past. But so what if I don't like you? Bite me?" "Ha ha." The other party was very arrogant. "Young Master June, you don't say. He might just bite you. You still have to get a rabies vaccine." Another voice was heard. A young man stood beside young Master June and looked at Li Chongqing. "Kid, our young Master June is a well-known figure in Peace City. Young Master June doesn't like you. So, if you apologize sincerely to our young Master June, this matter will be over." The conflict here attracted a lot of attention. When the other party finished speaking, many people were surprised. Who is this young Master June? He took the initiative to find trouble with others. The other party didn't say anything and instead, he asked the other party to apologize. "Hey friend, you have to be careful with your words. This young Master June is the young master of the Wanjiang group. He has always been known for being unreasonable. So it's him." For a moment, everyone looked at young Master June in a different light. At the same time, they looked at Li Chongqing with pity. No matter what the reason was, to everyone, it was bad luck to offend this young Master June. Chapter 374. Not far away, Yang Ning crossed his arms in front of his chest with a smug look on his face. When he saw Li Chongqing being picked up in a grand manner at the airport that day, he felt like he was slapped in the face on the spot. He did not dare to find trouble with Li Chongqing. But who would have thought that in just a few days, his uncle, who was only the second in command of the Shin family, would suddenly become the head of the Shin family. Becoming a person who was second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people in Ning City, he instantly gained confidence. Even if Li Chongqing had some background, he did not take it seriously. "Kid, I asked you to apologize to young Master June, didn't you hear me?" the young man said loudly. At this moment, young Master June smiled and said, "Kid, I was just joking with you just now to give you a reminder. In Ning City, if you are a dragon, you have to coil up. If you are a tiger, you have to lie down. Don't think that you can show off just because you have some connections. This is my advice to you. You don't have to thank me." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. "Wait a minute." At this moment, Li Chongqing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. "I also want to joke with you too." "What do you mean?" Young Master June and his companions were puzzled and did not react for a while. "Pick up the cigarette that was thrown on the ground just now and lick the dirt off it," Li Chongqing said lightly. When these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. On the other side, Yang Ning and Wang Yutong were in disbelief. Young Master June was famous in Ning City for his bad temper. He often got into fights and bullied people. Li Chongqing actually dared to talk to him like that. After a short moment of surprise, young Master June's face immediately turned cold. "Kid, I will give you a chance to reorganize your words. Otherwise, do you believe that I will throw you into the sea to feed the sharks?" Young Master June's face had completely sunk. He originally came over to avenge Yang Ning and wanted to tease Li Chongqing. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to go against him. Unexpectedly, Li Chongqing didn't seem to care about his identity at all. He said indifferently, "I'll give you a chance too. Pick up the cigarette in 3 seconds, or I'll throw you off the cruise ship with my own hands. I don't know if there are sharks in the water, but in such cold weather, I'm sure you'll experience what it means to be chilled to the core." As soon as he said this, Jun Xiaojun was thoroughly enraged. He unbuttoned his suit and took it off. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and clenched his fists, which made cracking sound. "Brat, I have to teach you a lesson." This young Master Jun had learned fighting techniques before. Normally, he would have no problem fighting 2 or 3 people by himself. You! Li Changxing shook his head, his face full of disdain. On the other side, Wang Yutong said worriedly, Yang Ning, that Li Changxing has some background after all. Will anything go wrong? However, Yang Ning shook her head. It's fine. Let young Master Jun teach him a lesson. Besides, don't you still have me? My uncle is now the head of the Shin family, and he has a good relationship with Mr. Li. What can happen? Hearing Yang Ning's words, Wang Yutong nodded. At this time, young Master Jun had already walked in front of Li Changxing. He raised his fist and punched at Li Changxing. This punch was full of vigor and was very imposing. Many people thought that Li Changxing would be beaten black and blue by this punch. Unexpectedly, before the fist could even get close, Li Changxing grabbed it by the wrist and pulled it forward. Immediately, young Master Jun staggered forward. When he finally stopped, he saw a foot getting bigger and bigger in his eyes. The foot landed solidly on his face, and his whole body flew back 2 meters like a sandbag. Just when he was about to stand up, Li Changxing had already walked forward quickly and stepped on his chest. Brat, I'm going to kill you! Young Master Jun gritted his teeth and roared. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with hatred. However, in the next moment, Li Changxing directly raised his foot and stepped on him fiercely. With Li Changxing's strength, even if he only used 1% of his strength, it was not something that young Master Jun could withstand. Therefore, there was a cracking sound, and no one knew how many ribs were broken. Just like that, young Master Jun was directly knocked out. The next moment, Li Changxing lifted his foot and walked into the cruise ship without even looking at young Master Jun, who had fallen to the ground. Yang Ning and the others looked on bitterly. It was not until Li Changxing completely disappeared into the crowd that Yang Ning and the others reacted and went to check on young Master Jun's injuries. Several people lifted young Master Jun in a hurry and then called the ambulance. Young Master Yang, you can't take this lying down. Several young masters around him were holding their breaths. They had always been the ones bullying others, but today they were bullied. They felt that they were going to lose face. I know. Young Master Yang's eyes were filled with hatred. I didn't expect this kid to know Kung Fu, but he forgot that today's cruise party was organized by my uncle, Shin Weidong. Later, I will borrow a few people from my uncle to teach him a lesson. After Yang Ning finished speaking, several others nodded. Let's go in and keep an eye on him. Don't let him slip away. After that, 2 people were there to look after young Master Jun. The others walked inside. Li Changxing entered and casually found a seat to sit down. Yang Ning and the others sat not far away from him, staring at him for fear that he would escape. Miss Yutong, young Master Yang, you are here. A voice sounded. A middle-aged man with a big belly walked over, surrounded by several bodyguards. It was the middle-aged President Yen who drove to meet Wang Yutong at the airport that day. What a coincidence to meet you here. Seeing the 2 bodyguards behind the bald middle-aged man, Yang Ning's face suddenly lit up. President Yen, do you see that kid? Yang Ning pointed in the direction of Li Changxing. President Yen nodded. Isn't this the guy at the airport that day? He injured my friend just now. President Yen, can you let your bodyguard go over and teach him a lesson? In Yang Ning's view, even if Li Changxing knew Kung Fu, it was impossible for him to beat President Yan's 2 bodyguards. At least from the outside, President Yan's 2 bodyguards were strong and their eyes were bright. In terms of aura, they were much stronger than Li Changxing and gave people confidence. Today is the reception to welcome Mr. Li. If we fight at the reception, what if Mr. Li blames us? President Yan's face was a little hesitant. Don't worry. Yang Ning patted his chest and promised. President Yen, just do it. My uncle is Shin Weidong. Mr. Li still needs my uncle to manage the Shin family. He won't blame me. So Shin Weidong is your uncle. This time, even President Yan's face changed and showed some flattery. Then it's okay. I heard that Mr. Li admires Master Shin very much. With Master Shin behind him, I have nothing to worry about. Leave that kid to me. With that, he winked at the two bodyguards behind him and directly surrounded Li Chongqing. Chapter 375. Li Chongqing had already noticed that these people were sneaking around. When he saw them coming towards him, he couldn't help showing some coldness in his eyes. He didn't deal with those big shots of Ning City with Qi Xian and Zhao Quan because he wanted to have some peace and quiet. He didn't expect that it was not peaceful at all. Boy, I heard that you just offended young Master Yang. I want to talk to you alone. Yan Wenhua walked in front of Li Chongqing and winked at the two bodyguards next to him. The two bodyguards immediately grabbed Li Chongqing's shoulders with one hand each and tried to take Li Chongqing away by force. However, when they exerted their strength, their expressions changed. Because they felt that their hands were not grabbing people's shoulders, but a piece of iron. No matter how hard they tried, the other party didn't respond. Instead, they felt pain in their fingers. Yan Wenhua frowned and was about to reprimand the two bodyguards for their incompetence. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the crowd. Shin Weidong and the others are here. Yan Wenhua turned his head and saw Shin Weidong and the others striding over accompanied by a group of big shots of Ning City. Boss, what should we do? The two bodyguards looked at Yan Wenhua. After all, several big shots were here. If he made trouble here, it was inevitable that he would make the big shots unhappy. Let's go. You're lucky. I'll deal with you after the banquet. After that, Yan Wenhua winked at the two bodyguards and turned to leave. He walked back to Yang Ning. Young Master Yang, Yan Wenhua was about to explain something, but Yang Ning waved his hand. Don't worry. This is my uncle's home ground. You don't have to worry about not having a chance to deal with him. After that, Yan Wenhua breathed a sigh of relief and said with a bit of flattery, Young Master Yang, can you introduce me to the head of Shin family? Don't worry. Yang Ning patted Yan Wenhua's shoulder. President Yan is so kind. Of course, I have to return the favor. Thank you, young Master Yang. Yan Wenhua's face suddenly showed a smile. Look, my uncle is here. Yang Ning's face showed excitement. Now Shin Weidong was a famous figure in Ning City. He felt very proud to have such an uncle. Sure enough, many people next to him also showed envious eyes. Please take care of me in the future, young Master Yang. Yes, I heard that young Master Yang likes antique calligraphy and paintings. I happen to have a landscape painting at home. It's not worth much, so I'll give it to young Master Yang as a souvenir. Yang Ning's friends all spoke up. They used to have a good relationship with Yang Ning, but it was built on the premise of equal treatment. But now it was different. Because of Shin Weidong, Yang Ning's status was higher than theirs. Seeing all of this, Wang Yutong was also pondering. She had rejected Yang Ning's confession of love several times before. First, it was because she didn't like Yang Ming's exaggerated temperament. Second, it was because the Yang family and her family were too well matched. She was an ambitious woman. Finding a boyfriend who was as powerful as her family was not enough to satisfy her ambition. However, things were different now. Yang Ning had an uncle who was the head of the family, and her family was planning to expand their business to Ning City. Thinking about it this way, it seemed that Yang Ning's shortcomings were not unacceptable. He was becoming more and more like her ideal partner. Why is that Zhao Quan here too? Yang Ning suddenly saw Zhao Quan, who was walking with Shin Weidong, with some doubts in her eyes. Yan Wenhua, who was next to her, sneered. I didn't expect Zhao Quan to curry favor with Patriarch Shin so quickly. He managed to climb onto Patriarch Shin's boat so quickly. Your uncle is now very influential in Ning City. It's not surprising, Wang Yutong said. At the same time, she kept looking around and asked with some doubts, "I wonder which one is Mr. Li? Could it be that?" Wang Yutong saw that with the appearance of a young man, even Shen Weidong became respectful. "He's so young. How could he be Mr. Li?" Yang Ning shook her head. Sure enough, she heard Shen Weidong take the initiative to shake hands and said with a smile, "Hello, young Master Qi Xian is Qi Yu's son. Although he's not the Mr. Li that people want to see, his identity as Qi Yu's son is already very powerful. Even the son of the sick tiger Qi Yu is here. It seems that Mr. Li is really powerful." Wang Yutong sighed. "That's right. If he's not powerful, can he change the Shin family's head in such a short time? But the more powerful Mr. Li is, the more important my uncle is," Yang Ning said complacently. The young masters next to her, including Yan Wenhua, were even more determined to please Yang Ning. Especially Yan Wenhua. He couldn't help but look at Li Chongqing, who was sitting there as if there was no one around. He thought to himself, "We don't have any grudges. But in order to please Mr. Yang, I might have to make an example out of you." At this time, the banquet officially began. "Everyone, please be quiet. I know that everyone gathered here today wants to see Mr. Li. Let's invite Mr. Li to make a grand appearance," Shen Weidong said loudly. Suddenly, the place fell into absolute silence. Everyone was looking around, waiting for Mr. Li to appear. "Do you think this Mr. Li is a handsome guy?" Wang Yutong guessed curiously. "Definitely not." Yang Ning shook her head directly. "How could a young man bring down the Shin family in a few days? He must be a bad old man." At this time, Li Chongqing, who was sitting there, stood up slowly. "Is this guy going to take the opportunity to escape?" Yang Ning snorted and told Yan Wenhua, "Send someone to keep an eye on him. If he goes out of the gate, take him down." "Yes." Yan Wenhua nodded. He winked at the two bodyguards next to him. The two bodyguards were about to take action, but they saw that Li Chongqing didn't slip away quietly. Instead, he strode toward the high platform. "What's going on? What is this guy going to do?" Everyone was confused. "He has a good relationship with Zhao Quan. Is he going to ask for Zhao Quan's protection?" A young master next to him guessed. "Zhao Quan seems to have a good relationship with the master of the Shin family. If he intercedes, it will be difficult to deal with Li Chongqing." Yan Wenhua's eyes showed some regret. Yang Ning shook her head. "My uncle is a person who pays attention to the order of seniority. If Li Chongqing waits until the end of the banquet and asks for my uncle's protection, my uncle will help him. But on this occasion, Mr. Li hasn't come out yet, and he ran up. You see, we don't need to do anything. My uncle will deal with him first." Hearing Yang Ning's words, several young masters around showed excitement in their eyes. It seems that this guy is finished. At this time, many people noticed Li Chongqing, who stood up. Several rich people in Ning City on the stage couldn't help but shout coldly, "Where is this guy who doesn't know the rules? Now it's time for Mr. Li to appear. Hurry back to your seat." However, as soon as the voice came out, Shen Weidong glared at him fiercely. "Shut up." Then he took the initiative to walk down the high platform. Chapter 376. Mr. Li, except for Shen Weidong. Qi Xian and Zhao Quan also greeted him. Suddenly, everyone in the field was stunned and couldn't figure out what was going on. "He is Mr. Li?" a person said leisurely. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Chun Mushing, the boss of the Musin group. Chun Mushing's face was a little emotional. When he saw Li Chongqing for the first time, he was like everyone else and didn't care about Li Chongqing. But who would have thought that this young man would use less than 3 days to make him yield and change the Shin family's master? "He is Mr. Li?" Only then did the bosses on the stage react, so they scrambled to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Li. Mr. Li is so young. Mr. Li is so handsome." You are really a dragon among men. Sounds of flattery could be heard. Although Chen Mushing had a lot of resentment against Li Chongqing, he chose to join the flattering camp at this moment. The Shen family had changed hands and Ning City had become Li Chongqing's world. He didn't dare to let Li Chongqing notice his dissatisfaction. If Li Chongqing dealt with him like he dealt with the Shen family, he couldn't bear it. Moreover, Li Chongqing had a lot of evidence in his hands that was enough to kill him instantly. At this moment, a group of rich second generation around Yang Ning were dumbfounded. He is Mr. Li. The smile on Yan Wenhua's face froze and the cigar in his hand fell to the floor. Wang Yutong's eyes were full of disbelief. On the plane, Li Chongqing said that Yang Ning didn't deserve to let him carry the suitcase. At that time, Wang Yutong thought it was because of his pride. Now it seemed that she was looking down on him. Yang Ning, who had a proud face, only felt that all his strength was drained. He collapsed on the carpet and felt that the whole world had become dark. Mr. Li is really an outstanding person. From now on, my Ning City will follow Mr. Li's lead. A famous big boss in Ning City, at this moment, was bowing in front of Li Chongqing with incomparable respect. President Wu, you're too polite. We still have many opportunities to work together. Li Chongqing smiled faintly, and was immediately greeted with a bunch of praises. This Li Chongqing is neither arrogant nor rash at such a young age. How rare. That's right. Look at him. He's speaking neither too fast nor too slow. One look and you can tell that he's a big shot. Many people sighed. If Li Chongqing had acted like this before, then everyone would have thought that he did not have the temperament to speak with confidence. However, with the addition of the halo of Ning City's #1 person, it immediately changed. I'm extremely honored that Mr. Li allowed me to take charge of the Shen family. I won't let Mr. Li down in the future. Shen Weidong expressed his loyalty to Li Chongqing. As the new patriarch of the Shen family, and the second most important person in Ning City, Shen Weidong's words made many people who still felt that Li Chongqing's identity were unbelievable. He really is Mr. Li. You really have hidden your strength well. Wang Yutong muttered to herself as her eyes lit up. Li Chongqing had such a big background, but he was so low-key on the plane. In contrast, Yang Ning, whose family's strength was not even 1% of Li Chongqing's, was bouncing around as if he was the most powerful person in the world. Compared with Li Chongqing, he was simply a clown. When choosing a husband, you should choose a person like Li Chongqing. Only such a person is worthy of you and can give you the greatest help. For a moment, Wang Yutong's beautiful eyes were full of Li Chongqing's shadow. As for Yang Ning next to her, he still became a pile of stinky dog shit in her eyes. Mr. Shen, I naturally believe in your ability, but you focus on your career and sometimes ignore the people around you. It's very likely that they will use your identity to intimidate you and create a lot of unnecessary trouble for you, especially your nephew. Li Chongqing seemed to inadvertently remind him. But what kind of person was Shen Weidong? He immediately understood Li Chongqing's meaning. He glanced around the room. When he saw Yang Ning, who was dumbfounded, he suddenly became angry and said coldly, "Get over here." Shen Weidong used to be quite dignified when he was the second in command in the Shen family. Now, with the promotion of his status, the deterrence was heavier. When he shouted, Yang Ning was so scared that he almost wet his pants. "Mr. Li, I was wrong. Uncle, I was wrong." Yang Ning almost knelt down and kowtowed. He was really scared. Shen Weidong, who became the head of the Shen family, made him feel that he had a mountain to rely on. And Li Chongqing, who created Shen Weidong, could easily make him and his whole family fall into hell. Mr. Li, you see, Shen Weidong looked at Li Chongqing carefully. Although he hated this nephew of his, after all, they were related by blood. If Li Chongqing directly wanted to punish Yang Ning, he would definitely plead for mercy. "Forget it, I don't care." Li Chongqing waved his hand. Yang Ning was a pile of stinky dog shit in his eyes. It would be degrading to care about him. Thank you, Mr. Li. There was gratitude in Shin Weidong's eyes. In his opinion, Li Chongqing said that he didn't care about it because he was giving him face. What reason did he have not to do his best to repay such a master? Well, let's start the banquet, Li Chongqing said, and immediately the banquet became lively again. Yang Ning, who was forgiven, stood up with lingering fear. He wanted to come over and apologize to Li Chongqing, but Shin Weidong slapped him in the face. He spun 3 times on the spot and got out of the banquet with his tail between his legs. When he learned that in addition to Yang Ning, Yan Wenhua also offended Li Chongqing, there was no need for Li Chongqing to say anything. Shin Weidong directly asked someone to drive Yan Wenhua out and told him to prepare a bowl. In 2 days, he could go begging on the street. Seeing Yan Wenhua directly paralyzed on the deck, no one had the slightest sympathy for him. Even daring to offend the dignified Mr. Li, everyone only felt that they were gloating. Mr. Li, can I dance with you? Wang Yutong hesitated, took the initiative to walk in front of Li Chongqing, and opened her mouth. Li Chongqing looked up and down at the woman. There was no doubt that Wang Yutong was very beautiful and charming, but Li Chongqing still shook his head. Sorry, I don't know how to. With that, he waved to the several big bosses in the banquet hall and walked into the back room, leaving Wang Yutong standing there with a lost face. It was the first time that she was rejected by a man. In the room, Li Chongqing directly took out a list and put it on the table. There are more than 100 kinds of medicinal herbs recorded in this list. I will buy them at a high price. The more you help me find, the greater the credit. In the future, the benefits of Ning City will be distributed according to your credit. Li Chongqing was now the #1 person in Ning City, and the resources of Ning City were completely under his control. He casually said a few words, to others, it was tens of millions of income and losses. There were not many promises. After Li Chongqing said those words, he directly left the banquet hall. At this time, many rich people picked up the list and took pictures of the contents with their mobile phones. Benefits were the biggest driving force. Li Chongqing believed that in order to get more wealth in Ning City, these people would naturally do their best to help him find the medicinal herbs. No matter how much money there was in the secular world, for Li Chongqing, it was just a series of numbers. Only his own strength was what he valued. Chapter 377. He had just left the cruise ship and returned to the villa with Qi Xian. Suddenly, a figure rushed out and pounced on Li Chongqing. Qi Xian reacted and was about to make a move when he saw the figure hugging Li Chongqing's thigh. Mr. Li, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Looking down, Li Chongqing could not help but be surprised. The figure turned out to be Shin Donghai. Isn't this Principal Shin? Li Chongqing sneered. He still remembered that when he punished Ma Yu and the others a few days ago, Shin Donghai's face was completely different from the pitiful Shin Donghai who looked like a refugee. Mr. Li, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I'm willing to revoke the punishment for Ma Yu and the others. I'm willing to listen to everything Mr. Li says in the future and be your slave. Shin Donghai rubbed his snot and tears on Li Chongqing's trousers. Li Chongqing couldn't help but reveal a bit of disgust in his eyes. At the same time, he was somewhat puzzled. Although he had destroyed the Shin family, he did not have time to do anything to Shin Donghai. How did Shin Donghai become like this? Just as he was wondering, a few flashlights suddenly shone over. A few men in casual clothes walked over. When they saw Shin Donghai, they immediately rushed up. Shin Donghai was so scared that he wanted to run away. However, he was pressed to the ground before he could take 2 steps. Then, a pair of silver handcuffs cuffed his hands. At this time, the bodyguards beside Zhao Quan immediately stood up. After all, they were in front of Zhao Quan's villa. At this time, one of them came forward and handed a document to Li Changxing. "We are the police. We are arresting a criminal. Please cooperate." Li Changxing nodded. The bodyguards immediately stepped back. Then, Shen Donghai was dragged into the car. Although he did not know why Shen Donghai was being chased by the police, it saved Li Changxing the trouble of going back to Qingzhou to deal with him. When Li Changxing returned to Qingzhou, he knew the ins and outs of everything. He did not expect that Shen Donghai would be stabbed by his confidant, Vice Principal Yang. Of course, Vice Principal Yang had been by Shen Donghai's side all these years and had done a lot of dirty things. When Li Changxing returned to school, he happened to see Vice Principal Yang being taken away as well. Vice Principal Yang did a good deed before he was taken away. He revoked the punishment against Ma Yi and the others. On the second day after returning to Qingzhou, Li Changxing received a call from Wu Xiaowan. "Li Changxing, I almost lost my job to help you." On the other end of the phone, Wu Xiaowan's voice was crisp and sweet. She sounded a little lazy, as if she had just woken up. "People always say that one should return the favor. Since I've helped you, you should at least return the favor." Wu Xiaowan's words carried a sense of bewitchment. "I know. I'll treat you to a meal another day." "Just a meal? You owe me more than a meal." Li Changxing smiled bitterly, not knowing how to answer. At this moment, Wu Xiaowan's voice became solemn. "Li Changxing, I have a small favor to ask of you. You won't refuse me, right?" Li Changxing thought, so she was waiting for me here. He smiled and said, "Tell me, what's the matter?" "Some time ago, someone introduced me to a boyfriend. That guy claims to be a black belt in Taekwondo, but I think he's just being perfunctory. I want you to test his strength for me." "Well, aren't you afraid that I'll break your new boyfriend's arms and legs?" Li Changxing smiled playfully. "That's easy. Just compensate me with you." Wu Xiaowan's voice was a little charming. Li Changxing hurriedly found a reason and hung up the phone. How could he not understand Wu Xiaowan's intention? But she was really not Li Changxing's type. On the 6th day after Li Changxing returned to Qingzhou, the winter vacation finally came. And for students, the vacation was always something to look forward to. Therefore, on the last day of the vacation, walking around the campus, one could feel the anticipation and joy in everyone's heart. Jiang Tao proposed to have one last gathering before the vacation. Although the vacation was very short and they could be reunited soon, the bleak scene that could be seen everywhere on campus brewed a bit of sadness for no reason. Although it was the normal cycle of everything in the world, humans were willing to give them more emotions. Even if the parting was short, it would still tug at people's heartstrings. This time, Jiang Tao took his girlfriend, Su Ying, to dinner. Zhang Xiaofeng took Shang Xuqin. Only Zhang Mengmeng, Hao Ting, and the others, who used to gather together because of Shang Jianpei's matter, seemed to have fallen apart. Even Shang Xuqin looked at Li Changxing with a somewhat complicated expression. Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking young man was the most hidden big boss among them? They went out to eat hot pot. In this cold winter, the steaming hot pot made people feel warm just thinking about it. After the banquet, they all went home. Li Changxing went out to take a taxi and returned to his villa. When the taxi driver saw Li Changxing approaching the upscale residential area, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Are the children of rich families so low-key nowadays? Compared with the lively atmosphere in the hot pot restaurant, the villa still gave people a cold and cheerless feeling although the temperature had risen. Other students returned home during the vacation, their parents, relatives, siblings, old classmates, and old friends were like wild horses released to the grassland, breathing the air of freedom and long-lost joy to their hearts' content. Li Changxing, even though he sometimes completely regarded himself as an 18 or 19-year-old college student, still found himself alone in this world at this moment. Cultivation was originally a lonely thing. It was far longer than ordinary people's lifespan, and it had a feeling that ordinary people couldn't experience, like a lone ranger. When one walked further and further on the road of cultivation, looking back, one would find that the ancients had turned into a handful of yellow soil. Time was ruthless. Cultivators were blessed by time, but they had to bear more parting. It was especially so for people like Li Chongqing, who had lived for tens of thousands of years. His friends died one after another, but he still lived in this world. Few people could empathize with this feeling of loneliness. A boss of a company in Ning City sent some herbs over. To Li Chongqing's surprise, the quality of these materials was not bad, and they even came with a few spirit stones. Li Chongqing was very surprised. It was not surprising to find some precious jade in a place where there were few people. But spirit stones were different. The place where spirit stones were produced must have spirit mines. The reason why the other party brought spirit stones to Li Chongqing was that he didn't know the value of these things. He just treated them as ordinary jade and gave them to Li Chongqing to make jewelry. It was just that he didn't know that these were 1,000,000 times more valuable than ordinary jade. Seeing the spirit stones made Li Chongqing's mood quite excited. After a little inquiry, he found out that the other party knew a businessman who did medicinal herbs business. He specialized in selling these medicinal herbs from the depths of the border forest. Of course, medicinal herbs were only a part of his business. There were also many weapons and the like. From the words of the boss, he knew that the other party's influence was not ordinary. To be able to do such a business, one must be an ambitious and ruthless person, and his subordinates must be desperados. "I want to get in touch with him," Li Chongqing directly said to the boss. The man named Peng Xian had a hesitant look on his face and kindly reminded him, "Dealing with such a person is dangerous." Li Chongqing just smiled, indicating that it was fine. Peng Xian thought that Li Chongqing had the sick tiger Qi Yu as his backer and understood the source of Li Chongqing's confidence. So he looked for the other party to arrange a time to meet. Li Chongqing was quite satisfied with Peng Xian's performance. He specifically told Xin Weidong to cooperate with him more in Ning City's business. This also made Peng Xian feel greatly encouraged and even more grateful to Li Chongqing. Chapter 378. On the second day after Peng Xian left Qingzhou and returned to Peace City, he called. He said that he had already made an appointment with the other party. Over the years, the rumors were getting more and more intense, and the other party's weapons business was also at risk of losing their head. Now that he heard that Li Chongqing was interested in jade, and Peng Xian told him how much power Li Chongqing had in Peace City, the other party was also very eager to cooperate with Li Chongqing. However, the other party did not know that Li Chongqing was not going to do an ordinary jade business with him. This time, he had specially chosen a few pieces of high-quality jade, but they were destined to be unworthy of Li Chongqing's attention. The meeting location with the big boss from the border was a high-end clubhouse in Qingzhou. It just so happened that the other party was passing by Qingzhou on his way to the north, so they could meet so quickly. Li Chongqing and Peng Xian arrived first. When they went in to wait, the door was suddenly pushed open violently, and a group of people rushed in. They were all in black suits and black sunglasses. There were about a dozen of them, and they had a strong aura. It made the originally spacious room feel a little crowded. The last to enter was the big boss, who was wearing a black mink fur and a big gold chain, looking very much like a nouveau riche. However, the other party's aura was very strong, and the moment he entered, he gave people a feeling of a tiger coming out of the mountains. However, thinking about it, these people were all in the business of losing their heads, and lived a life of blood on the edge of a knife. They were really people who had blood on their hands. The other party was in his 40s, and he introduced himself as Ingyu. Like his name, he had a hooked nose and a sharp face, giving people the first impression that he was not a kind person. especially his pair of red phoenix eyes, which were long and narrow, flashing with a cold light. Inyu strode into the room. At this moment, this place seemed to have become his home ground. He took off the black mink fur and threw it aside. He sat down directly opposite Li Changxing. He first greeted Peng Xian. "President Peng, you're quite early." As he spoke, his gaze swept over Li Changxing's face and he asked doubtfully, "This is?" It was because Li Changxing was too young. It was hard to believe that this young and ordinary-looking man was the big shot who controlled the economic power of Ning City, as mentioned by Peng Xian. Li Changxing could clearly see the arrogance and disdain in the other party's eyes. After all, people like him who lived with their heads on their belts looked down on rich second-generation heirs who relied on their family background. Obviously, Li Changxing was categorized as a second-generation rich kid by him. To be able to make Peng Xian and the others call him boss at the age of 20, in his opinion, he could only do so by relying on the shade of his family. After greeting Peng Xian, Inyu directly put his legs on the tea table, not intending to get to know Li Changxing. His casual movements made Peng Xian, who was standing next to him, smile bitterly. He and Inyu had only met a few times. Because he was looking for herbs for Li Changxing, he was introduced by a friend. Although they had not known each other for long, he had heard a lot about Inyu's deeds. However, this was not the border after all. Li Changxing was the #1 figure in Ning City. The other party looked down on him, which was indirectly equivalent to not giving Peng Xian face. However, he saw a few strong men in black standing neatly behind the other party, and a slightly bulging spear-shaped object in the other party's pocket. So he had to suppress the dissatisfaction in his heart. These fugitives might dare to take your life if you can't negotiate with them. In front of such a person, even Peng Xian, who was a figure in the business world, was innately inferior. "I heard that you are more interested in jade. President Peng said that you have a lot of power. I don't know, and I don't want to know more. I can bring you the best quality jade, as long as you can afford it." The other party waved his hand, and a subordinate next to him took out a stack of newspapers from his bag. When the newspaper was opened, it was a piece of green raw jade stone. "How is it? The quality is good, right? I can get a lot of raw jade stones of this quality. The price is 1/3 lower than the domestic price. But to show your sincerity, I will get the goods for you. You have to pay me a 30% deposit in advance, and there is no return." After the other party finished, he found a cigar and took a few puffs, quietly looking at Li Changxing. Li Changxing shook his head. "What deposit? If you can't return it, let's talk about it in the future. This raw jade stone is not what I want. What I want is the stones that you gave to President Peng. I want the exact same ones." Inyu was stunned. The stones he gave Peng Xian last time were only mid-grade jade stones. This time, he deliberately chose a piece of imperial green jade to suppress Li Changxing. He did not expect that Li Changxing would not want it. "Are you kidding me?" Inyu stared at Li Changxing. He gave the stones to Peng Xian last time as a gift. Li Changxing did not want to do the valuable jade business, and wanted that kind of stone. Was this a joke? "No, I'm not kidding. You can't sell the stones last time at a high price, and I'll give you the value of this jade." "What?" This time, not to mentioning you, even the faces of the strong men behind him were slightly moved. In their eyes, it was inconceivable and incomprehensible to spend the money of the best jade to buy inferior jade stones. Li Changxing picked up the tea in front of him and took a sip, quietly waiting for Inyu's reply. Spirit stones were a supreme treasure for cultivators, but for ordinary people, they were useless dregs. It seemed that the other party had no reason to refuse to exchange a cheap thing for great wealth. Inyu rolled his eyes a few times. After making sure that Li Changxing was not joking, he fell into deep thought. No one would spend money to buy garbage. If someone did, it could only mean that the garbage had unknown value. The stones last time were dug out from a stone mine, and there were many such stones underground. If each stone could be sold for the value of jade, the money he could get from the stone mine alone was more than he could spend in several lifetimes. From then on, he would no longer have to live a life of blood on the knife's edge. He could live the rest of his life comfortably with his brothers. After Li Chongqing threw out such a price, he also thought that the other party could not refuse. It was just that he underestimated the greed of human nature. Inu put the cigar on the table, put his hands on the table, and leaned forward to look at Li Chongqing. That kind of stone is a treasure. How can the price of jade be acceptable? A piece the size of a fist is 3 million. I gave Boss Ping 3 pieces last time. You can pay me 10 million in advance. The other party said. Ping Xian, who was next to him, almost slammed the table and stood up. A piece of stone the size of a fist was sold for 3 million. In his opinion, the other party was simply robbing him. Last time, he had already said that he would give the stone to him. This time, he asked for 10 million, which was really too much. Chapter 379. Li Chongqing, on the other hand, had a playful look in his eyes. When Yingyu was deep in thought just now, he already knew that something was wrong and knew that the other party was greedy. How about this? Tell me the location of the jade mine and I'll give you this amount. Li Chongqing raised a finger. 100 million? The other party frowned. No, 100 billion. In Li Chongqing's opinion, no matter how greedy the other party was, such a huge sum of money was enough to satisfy him. If there was really a spirit stone mine, Li Chongqing would be willing to pay 100 billion. The other party was indeed shocked by Li Chongqing's number. For someone like him, it was quite good to be able to get 10 million after spending half of his life. 100 billion was unimaginable. Haha. Little brother, you really know how to joke. There's no spirit stone mine. That was all nonsense just now. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Let's talk next time. With that, he turned around and was about to leave. Li Chongqing was stunned. The other party knew the value of the spirit stone and did not intend to sell it to him. Aren't you burning the bridge after crossing the river? No matter how good-tempered Li Chongqing was, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes at this moment. The other party's greed was simply to the point of shamelessness. What did you say? Inu, who was already walking away, suddenly stopped and stared coldly at Li Chongqing. Young man, you'd better think before you speak. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Li Chongqing knew that the other party was talking tough. Inu was in the business of licking blood from the edge of a knife. It was not an exaggeration to say that this kind of person had no regard for human life. His hands were often stained with blood. Even if he was in Li Chongqing's territory in Qingzhou, he still dared to attack. Because even if he committed a murder, he could still leave at any time. If you know what's good for you, then shut up and don't mention the jade. You go your way and I'll go mine. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll take your life. Inu laughed. Director Li, since you're so generous, I'm also very willing to be friends with you. However, you should be more careful with your words in the future. You have to think about what you should say and what you shouldn't say. Otherwise, you'll be at a disadvantage. Seeing that Li Chongqing did not speak, Inu could not help but sneer. From his point of view, Li Chongqing was still a brat who was still wet behind the ears. If it weren't for the fact that Ping Xian still had some reputation in the north and had some connections, he wouldn't have said so much nonsense. Looks like this guy doesn't even put me in his eyes. Li Chongqing tapped his fingers on the table. Going back on one's words is a common occurrence for this kind of person. But I'm the same as well. I actually tried to reason with a commoner. That's no different from playing the lute to a cow. The other party was doing business at the border. Li Chongqing wondered if the other party would still dare to act so confidently if he brought out Gu Mangong, who dominated the entire southern region. However, after thinking about it, Li Chongqing dismissed the idea. He could easily deal with a small ant. Did he need someone else's help? Therefore, he shook his head and said, I hope you can consider the matter of the spirit stones carefully. If you think the price is too low, I can give you a little more. However, if you really want to burn the bridge after crossing the river, then we'll have to talk about it properly. Inyu's face immediately darkened. Ping Xian, who was beside him, clenched his fists nervously. His palms were full of sweat. For someone like Inyu, once he turned hostile, there might be blood. Friend, looks like you don't take my warning to heart. Inyu's voice was filled with threat. Li Chongqing curled his lips. You don't have to threaten me. This is Qingzhou. Maybe you don't know my strength, but Director Peng should have revealed some information about me to you. Not to mention that your subordinates can't touch a single hair on my body. Even if you really hurt me, do you really think you can walk out of Qingzhou alive? Li Chongqing's words made Inyu's expression change. Inyu had been in the underworld for more than 10 years and had seen all kinds of people. However, Li Chongqing, who looked ordinary at the moment, had an unfathomable look on his face. He did not know if Li Chongqing was pretending or if he had nothing to fear. However, he really did not dare to make a move at this moment. Although these people were desperados, daring to risk their lives did not mean that they did not cherish their lives. Brother, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but there really isn't any mineral vein. Inyu laughed out loud. He reached out and patted Li Chongqing's shoulder. Then, he turned around and walked out of the room with his subordinate. He did not look back from the beginning to the end. However, Li Chongqing noticed that the bodyguards walked out of the room backward. This showed that they were afraid of Li Chongqing. Ping Xian only breathed a sigh of relief when the other party completely closed the door. He wiped the cold sweat on his head. In the situation just now, he was afraid that the other party would get angry and directly give him a bullet. Mr. Li, you took too much of a risk just now. These people are desperados. It's okay. Li Chongqing smiled. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Just now, he had left a sensing talisman on the other party. As long as the other party returned to the border, Li Chongqing would know the specific location of the spirit stone vein. Here is 1 million. Consider it as a reward for bringing you this information. Li Chongqing pushed a bank card in front of Peng Xian. Also, you will go to the border with me in a few days. This, Peng Xian hesitated. Inyu had just left and Li Chongqing wanted to go to the border. Even a fool would know that Li Chongqing was still thinking about the stone. Although Peng Xian did not know what the stone was used for, it was definitely very important to Li Chongqing. After thinking about it, he finally nodded. Okay, I'll go with you. Peng Xian knew that it would be very dangerous to go to the border with Li Chongqing, but he was just running a medium-sized company in Ning City. With Li Chongqing's power, if he could gain Li Chongqing's trust, it would be very beneficial for him. Wealth comes from danger, so he agreed immediately. Okay, you should prepare first. When we leave, I will inform you. Okay. Peng Xian nodded and was about to leave. But after thinking about it, he said, Mr. Li, are you planning to go to the border and find a way to buy the stone mine from Inyu? I'm afraid that Inyu will set the price to a very terrifying level. Such a person is very greedy. I do plan to find the stone mine, but I don't plan to buy it. I want to take it directly from Inyu. I have already given him a price. If he doesn't agree, then I can only use another method. Lighting a cigarette, Li Chongqing took a puff and said faintly. The smile on Peng Xian's face instantly froze. He stared at Li Chongqing in a daze. Inyu was already so arrogant in Qingzhou. If he returned to his territory, he would be like a tiger in the deep mountains. His power would be ridiculously strong. Li Chongqing actually had such an idea. It was simply too terrifying. He began to regret agreeing to Li Chongqing's request just now. But at this moment, looking at Li Chongqing's half-smiling eyes, he opened his mouth and finally sighed. He knew that if he went back on his words now, he might offend Li Chongqing. Forget it, there's still a knife in the end. It's better to do it with a bang. Seeing the change in Peng Xian's eyes, Li Chongqing nodded slightly and thought, he can be considered a moldable talent. Chapter 380. Life during the holidays was a little monotonous. Li Chongqing stayed in the villa to cultivate every day. Occasionally, he would receive a call from Ren Juntang from the Zhenke group. Li Chongqing usually let him make the decision himself. The Shenong group, which was jointly founded by Zhu Dapeng and the others from the Medicine King Valley, was also on the right track. These days they sent Li Chongqing a lot of good herbs. Besides cultivating every day, Li Chongqing sometimes went shopping with Yu Wei. Recently, Yu Wei was working part-time to buy a ring for Li Chongqing with the salary she earned from her part-time job. Originally, Li Chongqing wanted to give Yu Wei a sum of money so that she could study in peace. However, Yu Wei insisted. Yu Wei always seemed to mind spending Li Chongqing's money. Generally speaking, she would shake her head and refuse whatever Li Chongqing wanted to buy for her. Li Chongqing was also helpless about this. He could understand Yu Wei's persistence. Perhaps only when she became his wife would she be able to accept everything from him with a clear conscience. Li Chongqing didn't know what Yu Wei's life would be like if he didn't intervene. But now she was pure and cute, and her persistence had undoubtedly moved Li Chongqing. Yu Wei worked part-time for more than 10 days. After buying the ring for Li Chongqing, she stopped working part-time and enjoyed the leisure time during the holidays. Gradually, he began to contact Li Chongqing more often. Sometimes, she would suddenly appear in front of Li Chongqing's villa in the morning. Sometimes, she would call Li Chongqing and ask him to pick her up. Life seemed to become better in this leisure time. Yu Wei said that she was going to take the driving test with a few classmates and asked Li Chongqing to go with her. He looked at the dusty Rolls-Royce parked in the villa's courtyard. In the end, Li Chongqing couldn't resist Yu Wei's coaxing and pestering, so he could only nod and agree. When they arrived at the driving school, they saw Yu Wei's 2 classmates. One of them was called Bai Chong. She was a round-faced girl. The other one was called Wang Nan. She had a ponytail. Yu Wei introduced them to her and said that they were her close friends from school. There were also 2 boys. One of them was tall and thin. His name was Jiang Yuanbao, and the other was a little fatty named Tsing Pan. These 2 were Bai Chong and Wang Nan's boyfriends. She was also in the same class as Yu Wei. The driving schools in Qingzhou all used Volkswagen Borais, and each car could usually carry 3 students. Including Li Chongqing, there were 6 people in total, which was just enough for 2 training vehicles. Subject 1 was a piece of cake for everyone. They passed the exam in one go. When they practiced the second subject, they were all in the same area. The coach was a bald middle-aged man. He held a stainless steel teacup in his hand and was giving Yu Wei pointers. Yu Wei was a little nervous because it was her first time interacting with him. Her palms were sweaty. Take a break. Drink some hot water. Don't be nervous. When Yu Wei got out of the car, Li Chongqing took the initiative to pass her the hot water. Okay. Yu Wei smiled sweetly. The coach and the 2 boys beside her were dazed for a moment. In comparison, Wang Nan and Bai Chong were not bad-looking. However, when they stood next to Yu Wei, they paled in comparison. Just as she opened the cup, a car suddenly sped over and braked. Smoke and dust filled the air. Some small stones even jumped into the cup. The hot water splashed out and splashed on Yu Wei's hand. Yu Wei panicked and the cup fell to the ground. At this moment, the window of the car rolled down, revealing the face of a man with long hair and a handsome face. He whistled at Yu Wei. "Beauty, it's so cold today. Do you want me to treat you to a cup of coffee later?" Yu Wei looked at the cup that had fallen to the ground with an icy expression on her pretty face. She was about to say something, but the other party had already driven away. The boy beside her was a little angry. He muttered, "What kind of person is he? He has no manners at all." The girl named by Chang looked at the coach. "Coach, this is too much. Where is the coach in their car? How can he just let them mess around in the training ground?" The bald coach, Zhang Wei, was in his 40s. He had a good impression of Li Chongqing and the others. A group of young people were polite. His children were also around the same age, so it was inevitable that he would feel closer to them. Zhang Wei smiled bitterly. "Our coach doesn't dare to control them. The guy who drove the car just now is related to the leader of our driving school. His companions also have a strong background." In the beginning, his coach said a few words to him. In the end, that coach was slapped on the spot. In the end, the coach was even reprimanded by the higher-ups. Later on, they changed their coach. Everyone has learned their lesson. Let them mess around. Anyway, they will leave after getting their driver's license. There's no need to provoke this group of people. Hearing the coach's words, Bai Chang and the others stopped talking. They came from ordinary families. Since the other party had a strong background and even the coach couldn't do anything about it, they could only endure it. Only Li Chongqing frowned. "Isn't it just a background? The next time he provokes Yu Wei, he will have to bear the consequences." Coach Zhang Wei only took it as Li Chongqing's angry words. He smiled and didn't say anything. Bai Chang and the others at the side also agreed angrily. "That's right. He hasn't met anyone strong. If he met someone with a stronger background, who knows how he will be dealt with? These people are asking for it. Sooner or later, they will meet the muzzle of a gun." As he said that, he comforted Li Chongqing. "We don't have to be angry. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. We can't deal with him, but someone else can." After saying that, he continued to practice reversing the car into the garage. Li Chongqing picked up the cup and went to the academic affairs office to wash it. Then, he refilled the cup for Yu Wei. The coach in charge of teaching Tsingpan and the others also came over to chat. After Li Chongqing passed the cup to Yu Wei, he took out a cigarette and lit it for the two coaches. They didn't expect Li Chongqing to be smoking Zhonghua cigarettes when he was dressed so plainly. The two coaches were a little surprised. However, after thinking about it, they figured that the cigarettes were specially prepared for their coaches. They felt relieved. The driving school now had a clear rule that no one was allowed to accept red packet. They didn't even dare to take cigarettes or alcohol. Therefore, the only chance for students and coaches to get close was to pass cigarette. "Young man, is that girl your girlfriend?" Coach Zhao Chen, who had just come over, asked with a smile. At first, he couldn't believe it. After all, Li Chongqing and Yu Wei didn't look like a good match. "Yes." Li Chongqing also smiled. "This girl is not bad. You are very lucky. You must cherish her." On the other side, Yu Wei, who was drinking water and listening attentively, blushed slightly. She looked at Li Chongqing with tender eyes. Chapter 381. It was winter, and all the scenery was gray. Yu Wei sat in the car and practiced. Tsing Pan and Jiang Yuanbao, the two male students, and Li Chongqing squatted in a row, smoking in boredom. The weather wasn't cold yet, and it wasn't time to shiver from the cold. "Li Chongqing, how did you get Yu Wei? I heard that you did a question in front of their form teacher and shocked all the teachers. Is that true?" Jiang Yuanbao and Tsing Pan were curious about Li Chongqing. An ordinary-looking guy suddenly captured the most beautiful goddess of Green Vine High School. Such a story easily aroused people's interest. Looks like you're a top student. Sing Pan gave him a thumbs up. The two coaches who were smoking also looked at Li Chongqing in surprise. They suddenly understood how a girl like Yu Yue fell in love with him. It turned out that she relied on her learning ability. Therefore, they both sighed in their hearts. Even if God didn't give him a good body, wisdom could make up for it all. Li Chongqing chatted with them. They were familiar with each other after a few days of learning. At this time, the phone suddenly rang. It was Qi Xian. Mr. Li, I heard that you're going to the border. Can you bring me along? After thinking for a while, he knew that Qi Xian must have gotten the news from Peng Xian. Peng Xian was just a small boss in Ning City, and now the entire city was under the control of the Qi family. Sure, I'll let you know in advance. Li Chongqing didn't have any bad feelings about Qi Xian. He was willing to give more pointers to the son of an old friend. After practicing parking and reversing for a few days, even the patient Yu Yue and the other girls felt a little bored. Sing Pan, who was quite familiar with driving, suggested that they practice on the road outside the driving school. Originally, this was a project that only the third subject would do, but the two coaches had a good relationship with Li Chongqing and the others, so they finally nodded and agreed. The driving school had its own special road for driving practice. When they left the driving school, Jiang Yuanbao and Sing Pan would drive. Girls were more timid than boys to begin with, but when they left the driving school and arrived at an empty road with no one around, the girls couldn't resist the novelty. Bai Chong drove the training car behind, while Yu Yue drove Li Chongqing's car. However, just as Yu Yue took the first step, she heard a violent roar. A coach car rushed over as fast as lightning. When he overtook Yu Yue's car, he slammed on the brake. Yu Yue was so scared that he hurriedly stepped on the accelerator as hard as he could, making a loud roar. Fortunately, the coach stepped on the brakes in time, and the car turned off. However, the coach's face was deathly pale. Yu Yue let out a cry of surprise, and her body uncontrollably crashed into the steering wheel in front of her. When he raised his head, there was already blood flowing out of his nose. Her eyes were filled with tears. She was afraid that she would get blood on the car. He opened the door and got out of the car. Are you okay? Li Chongqing hurriedly handed her a tissue. Bai Chong and the other girls also got out of the car. Yu Yue waved her hand. It's just a bruise on my nose. Li Chongqing calmed down. He took a glass of water from the car and asked Bai Chong to help clean the blood on Yu Yue's face. Then he raised his head and looked forward. The culprit of all this was the coach car. The window was rolled down. The driver made a provocative gesture at Li Chongqing, then stepped on the accelerator and sped away, leaving behind a cloud of dust. The two boys were very indignant. They scolded the person in front of them for being unethical. The two coaches just smiled bitterly. They naturally recognized that the driver was the young man who had a relationship with the leader of the driving school. Li Chongqing didn't say anything, but a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Everyone helped Yu Yue stop the nosebleed and got into the car. This time, the coaches didn't dare to let Yu Yue and the others practice driving on the road. They directly drove to the driving school. After driving for a short distance, they saw a coach car parked in front of them. 3 young men were leaning against the car and smoking. The coach in charge of teaching them was sitting on the curb and drinking hot water. The coaches wanted to go around them in order not to provoke them. However, they saw the young man who was driving the car flicking the butt of his half-smoked cigarette. It just happened to bounce through the window and into their car. Li Chongqing, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, suddenly stepped on the brakes. Everyone in the car leaned forward due to inertia. Coach Zhang Wei didn't expect Li Chongqing to do this. He looked a little unhappy. Just as he was about to question him, he saw Li Chongqing open the door and get out of the car. Hey kid, do you want to fight? The guy with long hair compared his height with Li Chongqing's and had a look of disdain on his face. In the car, Wang Nan hurriedly said to Yu Yue when she saw that a conflict was about to break out. Yu Yue, go and persuade your boyfriend. We can't afford to offend those people. Unexpectedly, Yu Yue was indifferent. Once Li Chongqing decided on something, she would never stop him. Moreover, how could the children of the driving school's leaders be more powerful than Li Chongqing's background? The other coach's car also stopped. Jiang Yuanbao and Xing Pan hurriedly ran over and stopped Li Chongqing. Chongqing, don't be rash. We can't afford to offend these people. The long-haired young man had a playful look on his face. His two companions were still leaning against the car and smoking. They didn't seem to care about Li Chongqing at all. Li Chongqing originally wanted to teach this guy a lesson. However, his arms were held back by Yu Yue's two classmates. He couldn't just shake them off with brute force. The long-haired young man made a gesture of disdain at Li Chongqing. Then, he gestured to his companions and arrogantly got into the car. Their coach forced a smile and walked over. He whispered, "Kid, just bear with it. They have a powerful background. It's not worth it to argue with them." After saying that, he got into the coach's car. Jiang Yuanbao and Xing Pan only let go of Li Chongqing when the other party's car drove away. Li Chongqing didn't say anything and sat back in the coach's car. Coach Zhang Wei shook his head and said, "Kid, you're too impulsive. That's not good." Bai Chong and Zhang Wei also echoed, "That's right, Li Chongqing. Impulsiveness is the devil. You must restrain yourself." Fortunately, Jiang Yuanbao and Xing Pan pulled you back. Otherwise, how could you beat them with your small physique? What's more, who do you think they are? Even if you beat them, you don't know how many things will happen later. None of these people are easy to deal with. Chongqing, I'm fine. Don't be angry. You don't have to bother with these **TTY people. Yu Yue also said. She knew how powerful Li Chongqing was, but she didn't want Li Chongqing to fight with others because of her. Chapter 382. Although when learning to drive, it was inevitable that there would be a lot of small incidents. For example, the people who provoked him twice and thrice were said to be young men with background. Another example was the two girls. Sometimes they would joke that Li Chongqing was a pile of cow dung, but he was favored by Yu Yue. But no matter what, rather than learning to drive, it was better to say that Li Chongqing was spending some beautiful memories with his girlfriend. Sometimes Yu Yue would say to herself, "When will I have a car to drive?" Every time this happened, Li Chongqing would say that he could give her his Rolls-Royce at any time. Bai Chong and the other girls rolled their eyes at him. They said that Li Chongqing was bragging without a draft and dared to say anything. In response, Li Chongqing only smiled and did not explain further. Time passed quickly. In the morning, Jiang Tao called Li Chongqing and said that he was preparing to go for an internship next semester. This made Li Chongqing quite surprised. Why did Jiang Tao, a rich second generation, suddenly not go out to play and instead think of doing serious business? In the end, Zhang Xiaofeng and Yang Fan did not choose to go to Li Chongqing's company. Instead, they went to look for other targets. In their words, they did not want to rely on nepotism. They wanted to rely on their own abilities to make a name for themselves. Wu Xiaowan came to find Li Chongqing once and said that she told the man who was chasing her that she was already taken. She also told him Li Chongqing's name. The man was very angry. He called Li Chongqing several times to arrange a fight. It was said that the other party was a taekwondo coach. Wu Xiaowan said, as if she was crying and complaining, "Li Chongqing has to be responsible for her." This made Li Chongqing feel a headache. Different things happened every day. The world of mortals was surging, and the atmosphere was changing. In this winter, Li Chongqing, a cultivator who had lived for 10,000 years, was destined to gradually integrate into the circle of Qingzhou. 20 days later, Yu Wei and the others passed the exam of Subject 2 as they had wished. Now it was time for the exam of Subject 3. On the last day of training, Li Changxing treated the two coaches, Bai Chang and the other three girls, to a meal. Perhaps the coach felt that Li Changxing did not look like a rich man, so he chose a small restaurant with a more elegant environment. He spent more than 300 yuan on a meal and drank a lot. On the way back, Coach Zhang Wei drank a little too much and insisted on driving. Bai Chang and the other two girls educated him about the dangers of drinking and driving. Only then did he give up on driving and choose to take a taxi back. For a time, it became an interesting story between Yu Wei and the others, which was told to others. The next day they would take the exam for Subject 3. After that, they would take the exam for Subject 4. After that, they would be able to get the book. Generally speaking, the third and fourth subjects would be taken on the same day. The examination hall for Subject 3 was divided into several areas. Li Changxing and the others were in the third area. When they appeared, several people pointed at them and whispered. Only then did they know that they were students from Green Vine High School who had also come to take the driving test. As the campus belle of Green Vine High School, Yu Wei was definitely a well-known figure. A few girls came over to greet Yu Wei and the others. Obviously, they had a good relationship in school. When they looked at Li Changxing, they could not help but be a little more curious. One of them, who was in the same class as Yu Wei and the others, suddenly realized after thinking for a long time. Isn't this the hero who solved the questions at the door of the classroom at lightning speed? For a moment, he attracted a lot of attention. Obviously, many people had not heard of Li Changxing, but they had heard about his deeds. This made the coaches, Zhang Wei and Zhao Qing, slightly surprised. They thought to themselves, it seems that this Li Changxing is indeed a top student. It's a pity that his looks are a little ordinary. Otherwise, he would be a perfect match for Yu Wei. A group of people in front walked over in a mighty manner. The leader was the long-haired young man who had almost clashed with Li Changxing several times. They had just finished the test in the fourth area and were returning. A girl next to him muttered, "They clearly didn't wear their seat belts just now, but they passed. It's really unfair." These people had been rampaging in the school, which had already caused a lot of dissatisfaction. He had become a celebrity in a way that was not very good. Naturally, he had attracted a lot of attention. I heard that the other party's surname is Su. One of the directors of the driving school is his uncle. He came to the driving school purely to play. Some people said that even if he didn't take the test, he could easily get a driver's license. There were always many unfair things in the world, and there were many unspoken rules. It was no longer a secret. People were powerless to change him, and could only complain and complain. Li Changxing's phone rang. Qi Xian had already driven to Qingzhou. Chu Yaotian sent his son, Chu Xing, to receive him. Back then, whether it was the sickly tiger Qi Yu or Chu Yaotian, they were all Li Changxing's followers. Chu Yaotian wasn't as powerful as Qi Yu, but their relationship back then was still pretty good. Li Changxing told them that he was about to take the test, and would meet them after the test. Chu Xing immediately said that he would personally drive over to pick Li Changxing up. Li Changxing didn't refuse. Yu Wei asked Li Changxing whose phone number it was. Li Changxing casually said that it was a friend, and that he would be coming over later. Tseng Pan's face showed that he was in a difficult position. Today, when his dad drove him here, he had asked his dad to leave the car behind. He was going to take them out for a spin after getting his driver's license and then eat. But now, Li Changxing said that a friend was coming. His car could only fit 5 people. If there was one more person, it would be overloaded. In his opinion, Li Changxing was a student. His friend was at most a student. And at this age, there weren't many people who had cars. If there was one more person, he didn't know how to arrange it. It's okay. I still have something to do later. You guys go ahead first. Li Chongqing naturally saw Tsing Pan's worry and said with a smile. The young man who was about to leave the exam hall and who didn't get along with Li Chongqing suddenly stopped and revealed a smirk. Then, he walked over to the person in charge of the exam and whispered a few words in his ear. That middle-aged man immediately looked over at Li Chongqing. Seeing the smirk on the long-haired young man's face, Bai Chong was a little worried. This guy won't do anything behind our backs, right? No way. He was the one who provoked us the last few times. We didn't do anything to him. Is it worth it for him to go against us like this? Just as Wang Nan turned his head, he saw the young man striding over to them. His gaze fell directly on Yu Wei. He smiled evilly and said, Miss, can you do me the honor of leaving your WeChat number later? I fell in love with you at first sight. No. Yu Wei replied coldly. A trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. The next moment, she directly went over and hugged Li Chongqing's arm. Her body was intimately attached to Li Chongqing's arm. A trace of jealousy flashed in the long-haired young man's eyes. He sneered twice. Then you guys can just wait to fail. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.